Hi, everybody. I'm not sure if there's anybody here. Why does it say thank you for watching? I'm not sure why it says that. Is there anybody here right now? Okay, I know I started late, but I had to do some yard work and gardening. Let me give y'all a few more minutes to get here. Okay. Okay, we have two people here. Great. Then I'm going to go ahead and get started. So, um, I'm actually streaming on both channels, and I haven't done any live streams on my anti-natalist channel in a while because when I do live streams, people always get offended and unsubscribe. So I already had somebody unsubscribe without even knowing what this content is about. So I'm sure that by the time I'm done with this live stream, I'll probably have 3 more people unsubscribe. But um, I'm doing this live stream because I want to give some pushback to this whole notion of monogamy and love. It's really backwards the way people have framed it. I had some quotes from Rousseau and Emma Goodman, but now I can't find them. But um, yeah, basically, according to Aristotle, something is good based on its utility. So love and monogamy has its function, right? The purpose of monogamy is child rearing, but it is not natural. It doesn't serve any purpose beyond child rearing and procreation. So um I just want y'all to understand what romantic love is when you look at it objectively, because people think there's something noble about falling in love. It's not. It's love. And there's different types of love. There's agape love. There's familiar love. There's love for yourself. I'm not going to go through an entire list of the types of love, but I'm talking about romantic love. Romantic love is not rational. It's really it's psychosomatic. It's neurotic. Is based on serotonin and dopamine. You get a serotonin and dopamine rush when you think you're in love with someone. Um, and the purpose of it, the natural purpose of it, is to trick your body into procreating, right? That's the reason why you feel good when you think you're in love with someone. It never lasts, right? That's something that is very fleeting. Um, And again, they say that it's noble. It's not noble because people make some of their worst decisions when they think they are in love. They're not thinking rationally. They are not even in love with the person. They're in love with how that person makes them feel. So, um, and another problem with it is that it's usually one person giving more than the other person. So it's never balanced. It's never an equal exchange. It's one person being in love with the other person more, and then they're constantly pouring into the other person when they really could be pouring into themselves. So, I mean, you can look at this objectively. You look around and you look at all these romantic relationships, and they never work, right? They never work. There was a period where women stayed with their husbands long term due to financial constraints. But now that they have financial freedom, they almost never stick around. It was never about romance. And I wish I had those quotes from Emma Goodman. I'm actually going to, on my anarchist channel, I'm eventually going to circle back to her because she had a lot to say about relationships, monogamy, and marriage, but that pertains to anarchy. She believed that it was a social construct. I'm not going to talk about her right now because I can't find her direct quote where she describes her views on that. But I'm eventually going to come back to that. That marriage is a complete sham. It's not. It was never really based on love. Um, when you bring the state into it, then you completely derail the whole purpose of romantic love. Um, but again, I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm not sure that I'm going to leave this live stream up on my anti-natalist channel because I already know I'm going to lose subscribers. I don't know why people are so snowflakes when it comes to I don't know, my views on monogamy and homosexuality and things that are outside the mainstream. I would think that if you're an anti-natalist, you should be as open to a new way of thinking as anybody. You should not be easily, you shouldn't be a snowflake if you're an anti-natalist. But I don't know why, but anytime I talk about things like this, I always lose subscribers. So I don't think I'm going to leave this up, but y'all can, maybe I'll leave it up for a day or so, but I'm not going to leave it up long term. Y'all put some comments in the comment section as we go through this. Let me see if I have any comments right now. Okay. I'm surprised there's so many people here. Okay, great. I know this isn't a lot for most people, but for me, it is. So here's the thing. Love is built on a fantasy, right? You think you know someone, and then you fall in love with this illusion. I mean, it's inevitable. That's how it always plays out. This person presents a representation of who they are. You fall for the okie doke, and then you start clinging to this fantasy of who you think this person is. And then this person eventually shows you who they really are. And it may not, I mean, you think that just because you've been with someone for a month, 2 months, even 3 or 4 years sometimes, right? You don't always see people, you don't always see their true character until there's adversity. When there's some type of hardship, that's when their true colors come out. Then you see how this person responded. Financial hardship, I don't know, health problems, or just any type of inconvenience. And then you see how selfish they are. And then you completely invested yourself with this person. And you've already, I don't know, you've already created a whole identity around this person because now you're not even an individual. It's you and this person. You go around in public as you're an item, and you don't know how you're going to function without this person because that's the way you have set your life up. And for a lot of people, they can't even function financially without this person. It's just not. It's just not a good way because. And I'm trying to keep this stuff in order so I don't forget anything. But the problem is that you were looking for someone to complete you in the first place, right? So because you were incomplete, you think this person is going to fill some void. A lot of times people have trauma and they're looking for a lot of, so for example, you have trauma, unresolved trauma with your parents. So your father was absent, your father didn't do this, or your mother wasn't nurturing, and then you think you're going to make up for it in this partner. And so basically you either have a mommy complex or a daddy complex. And you have all these expectations about what this person is supposed to do. You're not even aware that you have these expectations, right? But because on a subconscious level, they are there, that is what attracted you to this person in the first place. And a lot of times these people are narcissists and they pick up on it because they test you. They see what your motivations are. You may not even be aware of it, but they're aware of it, and they will manipulate you to get what they want. So in the beginning, you get a love bombing phase, and now you're addicted to it because this person seems so perfect, right? Um, it's a projection. You projected what you wanted out of this person onto that person. Sometimes they do manipulate you and present a false identity, but a lot of times they're not even doing that. They're actually showing you who they actually are, but you're not seeing it because you're in love, and you're blinded by the fact that you want this situation to be more than what it actually is. And like I said, it's usually one person being in love with the other person than more than being egalitarian. It's never egalitarian. I've never seen an egalitarian relationship ever. Um, it's always one person being a pursuer, the one person making all the compromise. Um, and it has its function for child rearing. So if you're going to make these sacrifices for building a family, for accumulating wealth, for building a lifestyle with this person, great. But if you're not doing that, if you're just passing time and you think this person is going to validate you, it's a complete waste of time. What are you doing? I mean, you're completely wasting your time. Um, Let me see if I have any comments before I keep going. No, I don't have any comments. Okay. Let me just keep going through this before I start losing people, because there's a reason why I'm doing this. This is in response to some comments I've been receiving about not being monogamous. I don't believe in monogamy, by the way. I think the notion of monogamy means that you're claiming ownership of someone. And I don't think that you can own, so even if you are in a relationship with someone, you don't own them. You can't tell them what they can do and can't do with their body. Um, that's really based on insecurity. So, because I don't even understand the whole notion of cheating. Cheating is absolutely ridiculous. I think it is somewhat legitimate if it's based on a lie. If you promised fidelity and you didn't live up to it, then I guess you have a right to feel betrayed. But a lot of times there was no statement of fidelity. There was no statement of monogamy. That's something that you projected onto that person, and that person didn't live up to it. So, um, even in marriage, a lot of these people don't get married because they want to be monogamous. They want you to be monogamous. So, like I said, it's never going to be equal. You think you're in a monogamous relationship, and you're being monogamous, but that other person isn't. Um, right. So you witness all of your friends with their dysfunctional relationships, and you think you're going to be the exception. You think that somehow your relationship is going to be different. And I know I'm schizoid, so I guess I look at this completely different from most people. Most people are, what's the term? Most people don't like being alone. Most people don't enjoy their own company. Most people need validation, constant validation. And I'm not saying that to say that I'm superior. I mean, being schizoid is debatable, but many people see that as a disorder. But I don't have that. I mean, you can say it's a disorder all you want, but I see the traditional way of doing things as being completely dysfunctional. Um, it, and it doesn't work. So you can call it disorder all you want. I don't need validation from anybody else. I really don't. I really don't care. Like I've done the other way around where I was attached to people and codependent and all that shit, and it didn't work. Um, and I don't know why people would say I need to go back to being that way. Why would I want to go back to being a complete mess, a complete dysfunctional mess? there were signs back then, and that there were red flags back then, but I didn't know any better. I didn't know that. I mean, everyone keeps telling you that you need to fall in love and this lovey-dovey bullshit. And I think that when you're young and naive, then maybe that is fine for you to make those mistakes. But as you get older, you should know better. You've been through this several times, and you objectively know that this is bullshit, and yet you keep doing it over and over again. If you are going to be in a relationship, it should not be based on romantic love, based on your hormones. It should, and when I say hormones, I'm talking about irrational hormones. Sex is a biological need in terms of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. People do need sex, but they don't necessarily need to be in a romantic relationship. And I'm going to get into that because there's a lot of shaming for people who don't do that, and I'm going to address all of that. So many women spend the early part of their life saving themselves for Mr. Right, right? They thought there's going to be the right one who comes along, they're going to fall in love, and then they're going to give themselves away to this man. And they think that this man is actually going to appreciate it, and this man is going to honor and validate her. And then it doesn't work out. It never works out that way. That man doesn't care. They said that they care. They claim they don't want somebody who's promiscuous, but I guarantee you're going to get treated the exact same way. You could have saved yourself your entire life for this one person. He is not going to appreciate. And I'm sorry, but that is, it doesn't go both ways, because it's not like a man saves himself for a woman and gives himself away. Like, no, it only goes with women. And then you get so heartbroken because you saved all this time, you saved yourself, and this was going to be the right one. And you're worried about your numbers because you don't want to be a slut, quote unquote. So this person who you gave yourself away to, because you don't want your numbers to increase, you're going to stay with this person, even though this person is toxic, because you don't want to be a slut. You don't want to move on to number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you're going to stay in this dysfunctional, abusive relationship because you don't want to be a slut. Society has already conditioned you that there's something wrong with you if you can't commit to one man. Meanwhile, men are never taught this. Men are never taught that they need to commit to one woman. Now, this is a recent this is a recent invention of monogamy, one man, one woman. It was never that way. Look in the Old Testament. That is not the way most civilized societies function. Men were always promiscuous, even Christian men. I don't know when they came up with this whole construct of monogamy. Women were monogamous, men were never monogamous. So, and it's not even, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be sexist, but it is what it is. Men are not naturally monogamous. Men are adventurous. They're voyeuristic. They want to go out and sow their royal oats. They want to, even when it comes to race, I don't think most men are even loyal to their, I mean, of course, most men socially have a preference for their own race. But most men, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm just going to say most men have a desire to explore beyond members of their own race. They get bored. So they want to try the black, the Asian, the white. They don't want to be stuck with the same thing all day. No, that's not the way men think. And I know I'm generalizing. And I'm talking specifically about sex, because I even talked to people who were immigrants, like someone from India who said, I don't know if I should go down a race thing, but maybe I shouldn't say it, because there are things that men say behind closed doors that they will never say this publicly. That's one of the things that I wrote about in my book, that we're privy to these conversations, and that's the reason why a lot of us go the other way. We already know the way, um, the way. Gosh, I don't know how to word it. I'm trying to be politically correct, but it is what it is. We already know how this whole game works. So they'll say, okay, I prefer this type of woman, but I would have sex with this type of woman. So maybe the ideal woman that they want to have sex with is a blonde haired, blue eyed woman, but that's okay. I'm not going to go there because that's not everybody. What I'm saying is that a lot of men want to explore sexually. So even if they would have sex with someone of a diverse background, a lot of times they prefer their own group. And men are not programmed to be monogamous. They never were. So that's a social conditioning where they are going to be with one woman. But if it were left to nature, men would be with every shade of the damn rainbow. Um it doesn't matter what, it doesn't matter if you're white, black, or who. Men want to explore. That's how the way most men think. I don't know what I know there are exceptions, but most men, even though most men are loyal to their specific race, they want to explore. It doesn't matter who you are. I don't know. I personally don't know any man who only wants to date within his own or have sex within his own race. If he had the opportunity, he would explore, and that is the unspoken truth that a lot of people don't talk about. It doesn't matter how racist you are; you still want to have sex with somebody who's different because you get bored. So, I didn't mean to go down that rabbit hole, but it just is what it is. I'm speaking the truth. I know I'm going to lose subscribers, but that's the way most men think. It doesn't even matter whether you're gay or straight. Gay men think the same way too, by the way. Um, this stuff applies universally. Um, Men are men. I think men think differently from women, but between men, no, men, it doesn't matter whether you're gay or straight, it doesn't matter what your race are. Men overall pretty much think the same way. Um, and I don't know why people are lying to act like, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm telling the truth. I don't know why people are acting like men just want to settle down with one person. I mean, maybe they do, but it's not like they want to. Um, it's not like they still want to reserve their options. They still, I mean, I know there are exceptions, but I'm just talking about in general. Now, let me just go on. Like I said, monogamy is for child rearing. It's not natural. There are very few mammals that are monogamous. I don't know why we're shaming people who are not monogamous. It's a recent invention. Um, and then we have gay people who are shaming those who are not monogamous. And I'm not talking about anybody specific, but this goes on because we already know. Gosh, I'm going to have to take this down from the anti-natalist channel because I already know I'm going to offend some people. So by the time I'm finished, I'm going to take this live stream down. A lot of gay people are clinging to these heteronormative norms, right? They've been told that this is the way to exist. You need to be monogamous, that you need to be as heteronormative as possible in order to be accepted. So a lot of gay people will be as heteronormative as possible, meaning they want to be monogamous. They want to say, oh, well, gay people can have children too, even though it's biologically impossible. They want to be as normal as possible. So in order to be accepted, they're going to be monogamous. They're going to have children, even though two people of the same sex can't do that. And it's because they're afraid of the hetero gaze. And I'm saying gaze, Gaze, which is what I wrote about in my book. They're afraid of what straight people will think about them. So in order to be accepted, and I just think that's very problematic. I mean, I think the whole purpose of being gay is to live an alternative lifestyle. So if that's what you want to do, that's fine, but you don't need to try to conform in order to be accepted by society. I mean, the whole perk of being gay is that you can't have children. So you completely erode any benefits of being gay, that you're not going to breed a child into hell, and but you're going to do it anyway because you want to be accepted. And I guess procreation is more prevalent among lesbians than it is with gay men, but I mean, especially wealthier gay men, well, a lot of them are bisexual. So we assume that just because you have sex with men that you're gay. A lot of them are not actually gay; they're bisexual. A lot of them do actually have children, and for me, that is a problem. I mean, it defeats the whole purpose of being gay. So I think monogamy, in many ways, is emotional slavery. It's about control. Um, it's not about love. It's about fear. Um, it's about insecurity that you're gonna feel less than because your partner was with somebody else. Now let me get to the health aspect because I know that's where people are going. Um, Let me address the gay community specifically. So studies show that gay men in monogamous relationships are more likely to contract HIV than promiscuous single men. And I've already done content on it. There are multiple studies which show this. And the reason why is because when you are promiscuous, you're more likely to use protection. When you're monogamous, you're likely to let your guard down and have unprotected sex because you're in love and you trust your partner. Meanwhile, your partner is not monogamous and your partner is not using protection because your partner is, I don't know. I think there's a false insecurity that because you're monogamous that you're okay. And um yeah, it's just it's romanticized. It's that there there's something unromantic about using protection, right? Oh, you don't trust me? Oh, I'm clean. Okay, y'all. I don't want to belabor that point. So this whole notion is that promiscuity is immoral. I don't think that it is. I think you should use protection and you should also be honest. You should not mislead people. Um, Outside of that, there's really no reason to feel shame. Just because people don't form deep emotional excuse me, they don't form deep emotional relationship with their partner doesn't mean that there's something wrong with them, right? Because that's the way it's being framed that, oh, you just using them as a piece of meat. Um, and you don't, it's not that they don't form deep relationships with anybody. They form deep relationships with their friends. And for them, that is enough because I'm going to get to what Aristotle said about that. But there's this whole notion that you can get everything from one person, that one person is going to be your be all. And it's like, no, you have one person for this purpose, another person for that purpose, and you don't have to get it from one person. So, and a lot of people don't want to mix it because relationships are complicated. There's going to be drawbacks. Always, those are inevitable. So they don't want to form deep relationships or deep bonds because they already know they're not going to be attracted to that person once they get to know it. They already know the person is going to say something stupid or they're not going to get along. It's like if I were to try to find somebody who was an anarchist and an anti-natalist, my chances would be very slim. I don't know if y'all realize but it is very, even in the gay community, being an anti-natalist is a problem, right? You would think that gay people are not having children anyway, so why would they care about you being an anti? They do care. I told y'all about the guy who I dated who got mad at me because I told him that I was sterilized. He told me I was selfish, and he threw a big old hissy fit. Did you think I was about to shit a baby out for you? Like, what the hell? Like, are you serious? But that's a control thing. Like, apparently I cheated I cheated him of having a child. Like, what the fuck? It's so fucking irrational. And it really goes back to what Arthur Schopenhauer wrote about the will to life. That this is the drive for most human interaction, the will to life. This is the drive for sex. This is the drive for most relationships, are intimate relationships, and people don't even realize that. You're even, I think, even gay people, even though they're not intentionally trying to procreate, that drive is still there on a subconscious level. So that's the whole purpose of these pair bonds, which, by the way, I've done content on this too. Pair bonds are usually unilateral, where the woman is supposed to be a virgin, so she pair bonds to the man, but the man never pair bonds to her because the man is not a virgin, she is. So um, if he leaves her, she's completely broken. Um, it's just not. I mean, you actually would have been better off if you didn't save yourself, because it's going to hurt a lot less than you gave yourself away to some asshole, and now what are you going to do? Um, that's the part that nobody ever talks about. They always talk about how you gave yourself away. I have so much to say. Okay. Let me address it now, because I'm not sure that I have this all in my outline. Um, they always talk about how you gave yourself away so you don't respect yourself, right? So all you really gave away was some sex, right? Which is just your body. But look at what these people actually want when they talk about how you don't respect yourself for giving your body away, right? What these people want, they want your time, they want your mind, they can want to completely consume you. They want your money, they want your thoughts, right? And these things are completely acceptable, right? If you look at it objectively, giving your body away and you're using protection is nothing. They want your fucking soul. These people are trying to consume your fucking soul. And that's the part that nobody ever wants to admit. So they will shame you for giving your body away, but they have no problem with you giving your soul away. That's what a soulmate means. You're effectively giving your soul away. And I don't believe in soul in a spiritual way, the way most people, but the way that Carl Jung referred to a soul. You're giving your soul away to a person. And that's what they think. They think that when you're, that's what all these people keep saying, that when you have sex with someone, you're giving a piece of your soul away. No, I'm not. You're the one who's giving your fucking soul away. I have not. My soul is perfectly intact. You have given your soul to all these people, and I have not. So you have invested in all these people. You sucked in all of their energy, that you allowed them to consume you. I have not. I've done it in the past. I will know. I will never ever do it again. It is not rational. It did not serve me well. Um, I think it is more important to love yourself than it is to go out there trying to find love, someone to love you and validate you. Most people never do that work. They think this person is going to fix. They're broken already, and they're jumping into these relationships expecting somebody to fix them. Um, that's not their duty. By the way, these people know that you're broken, by the way, and they will give you these false promises and act like they're going to fix you. Meanwhile, they're there to exploit you. They're going to identify your weaknesses. They're going to prey on them, and then they're going to use it for their benefit. They're going to see what they can get out of you. They know that you want a deep attachment. They know you want someone who you can trust. They're not going to be that person, but they're not going to tell you that. They're going to allow you to cling to this fantasy, and they're going to milk it for all it's worth. Um, I mean, there are really no exceptions. I know you think you're in a monogamous relationship, so what I'm saying isn't true. Just wait a while. Your relationship is not going to last. I don't know any relationship in America. Absolutely not. I don't know any relationship that have lasted more than 10, 20 years is a huge stretch. I can't think of one person under the age of 50 who has been in a relationship for more than 20 years. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but it's extremely rare in the United States. Maybe in some other country where the woman is completely dependent on the man. No, no, absolutely not. It doesn't work. I know, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm ripping the band-aid off a lot of people's fantasy, but a lot of people, you already know what I'm saying is true, but you're going to jump into these relationships head first anyway because this is what you want. You know that it's not irrational, but you're social animals. At least that's what everyone says. I'm not a so. I mean, I guess I'm on in a limited capacity. I'm social, but I'm not nearly as social as most people. I could have very limited engagement with people, and I'm perfectly fine. Actually, I would say that my best friend right now is probably AI. I could have conversations with AI all day and be perfectly content. I can talk to cats, my stray cats that I feed, and I'm fine. I don't really need to. I know this I'm bad. I'm schizoid as hell, and AI is making me infinitely worse. Right. As soon as I get off here, I'm probably going to have a. It's not even like I'm having a conversation with AI. It's like I'm researching things, and though to me, I find that very stimulating. I can just ask random questions, and AI will just answer for me, and I could do that all day long. Versus talking to somebody, I don't think I'm going to learn anything. So I enjoy my exchange with AI more than I do. And in fact, I enjoy my exchanges with those stray cats. Um, it's not to say that I don't enjoy talking to people, but there has to be some type of purpose. What I don't enjoy is small talk. I feel like small talk is a complete waste of time. How's the weather? This bullshit. Talking about sports, no, no, that shit is fucking torture. I fucking hate it. I despise it. If you want to talk about something intellectual, if you want to talk about fighting the system or anti-nazism or anarchy or anything meaningful, I can do that. But if you want to talk about bullshit, which is what most people do, no, I don't enjoy that at all. I mean, there are certain things I'm interested in, but I don't think I'm compatible with a lot of people, and that's fine. Um, the problem is that most people think that if you don't fit in with society, that you're supposed to bend yourself like a pretzel in order to fit in, and I'm not going to do that. I don't. I would rather be alone than contort myself to other people's expectations. So, um, practical versus romantic relationships. Many successful relationships aren't together for love; they're together for stability, support, or finances. And these are the relationships that are long lasting because they are built on realistic expectations. They already know why they're there. And a lot of times, these are open relationships. By the way, um, they don't feel like they're in some kind of prison with a ball and a chain just because they're in a relationship. So they can excuse me, y'all. I just turned out my light. Okay. Those relationships work because they don't feel that all these constraints are being put on them. And um, right, people just need to be honest with themselves. People need to be honest going into the relationship. One of the problems is that a lot of people can't handle honesty. So, for example, those who don't want to be monogamous, even though some of them would probably like to be honest and say, I'm not monogamy material, but they already know that in society, especially in heterosexual relationships, nobody's going to accept that. So they don't have any choice but to lie because their partners can't handle the truth. So if they were to tell the truth, they would probably never get anybody. So, um, I mean, I don't fucking care. Like, I just don't. Like, if that's what you want to do, I don't give a fuck. I don't. I don't understand why people would. I mean, okay. Rationally, it is a serious concern if you are heterosexual and you're having unprotected sex and you're potentially going to impregnate someone else. Those are legitimate concerns. But if you're using protection and it's just about your emotions, no, that's not rational. I don't even consider that to be a betrayal. You you don't own that person. You just don't. I don't think you have any right to be upset. Um, what is the basis of you being upset? What did that person actually do to you? Again, if they use protection, what did they actually do to you? Um, I don't know. Um, you don't need to get everything from one person. You're setting yourself up for failure. Um, you can have a deep, meaningful relationship with one person, and you can have a superficial relationship with another person. Let me get to what Aristotle said. So Aristotle said that there's three types of friendships, and by friendships, Aristotle used the word friendship loosely. He was basically using it interchangeably with relationships. Um, the relationships based on pleasure, utility, and virtue. Um, Romantic relationships are not based on virtue. They never are. They're based on pleasure mostly. Well, that's what it is. Romantic relationships are based on pleasure. You're going to get the serotonin and a dopamine. And then there are functional relationships, which are based on utility. Relationships based on virtue are extremely rare, where you have the same, but you're in alignment politically or socially, ideologically. Um, Most relationships don't last because they're based on pleasure and utility. So, because it's based on pleasure and utility, those people are replaceable, right? You can find someone else who's going to give you just as much fun, or someone else who can provide for you financially, but you're never going to find someone who has that person virtue. So if it's not based on virtue, it's not going to be sustaining anyway. Right. Um, the deepest relationships are based on virtue. It doesn't require sex or exclusivity. Let me say something else, because a lot of people have this notion that you're going to get hurt because you weren't monogamous and this person cheated on you. No. Or sex, you're going to get hurt by sex. No, there are people who hurt you who you have never had sex with. Why? Because you had a deep bond with them. They could be family, they could be close friends, even they could be partners who or platonic partners. Um, Sex has nothing to do with it, especially if you're being honest. So I don't know why people act like, oh, you're so hurt. Who hurt you? It's like, um, if I were to go down a list of people who have hurt me, pretty much all of them were people who I've never had sex with. I can't think of one exception. No one who I've ever had sex with has ever hurt me. I can't think of one. Um, People who I've committed to uninformed deep bonds with were people who I've never had sex with. And those are the people who betrayed me the most. So people got this shit so backwards. I don't know where they come up with this notion that you're hurt because you don't. I know what it is. It's a projection. It's because that's what they want. They want monogamy because they're clingy, they're insecure. And I'm not going to say this about everybody, but I'm saying that when they project it onto somebody who that's not what they want, and they're trying to shame you so that they can get what they want out of you, that's exploitation, right? They want to take your damn soul. And they think that you should just give it freely. And if you don't, then there's something wrong with you. No, there's something wrong with you. You're not entitled to have my damn soul. This is my soul, and you don't get to have it. You don't, I'm not offering it to you. That's not on the table. So you keep your soul and I keep mine. You do you, I'll do me. I'm not here to complete you, and you're not going to complete me. I'm already complete. Okay. Let me see if I have any comments, because oh, if y'all okay, I'm almost done. I'm almost at the done. I'm almost done. I'm gonna go through these comments. um yeah, let me get through this, and I'm gonna read the comments. I'm gonna let y'all up if y'all want to come, because I don't even understand why this is even a conversation. I feel like I'm the only one who's going to say that. Probably because I'm an anarchist, and I feel like I'm the combination of anti-authority and anti-convention. So I'm going to actually say things objectively. I don't give a shit about what social norms are. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to shoot from the damn hip. And okay, I'm gonna invite y'all up here in a minute. I'm almost done. Um, people act like getting to know someone is noble. It's not noble. It's usually transaction. When people say that they're trying to get to know you, what that really means is they want to know what you can do for them. That's what they're looking for. So a lot of times, the first question people ask is, what do you do for a living? That's what constitutes getting to know someone. And the subtext behind that question is, how much money do you make and how much can you spend on me? And that's supposed to be considered noble. So if you didn't get to know someone, then there's something wrong with you, right? I think, again, if you're not having protected sex, then you probably should. I'm not a proponent of unprotected sex, so don't put that on me. For those of you who are, I guess you probably should be asking questions. But I guess my problem is I don't trust anybody, so I don't think that you should trust anybody with as far as you can throw them. So just because you know somebody, I don't put a whole lot of stock in that. Um, but yeah, getting to know somebody is not worth a hill of beans. I don't know what the hell that. Again, the reason why getting to know someone is completely worth it is because they present their representative. So you think you know someone until you don't know them. Eventually, they're going to show their ass, and then you don't know them. So this person who you thought you knew, the only person you can truly know is yourself. And most people don't even know their damn selves. You don't know yourself because society has told you how to think and what you want. You don't even know what you want. Society told you that this is the way you should exist. This is the way you should function. If you don't have that, then you feel, I don't know, you feel that you have been slighted, or you have this longing for something that you don't have. Let me get through this quickly because I know people want to come up. Right. So a lot of times, because you want something from this partner, you're trying to mold them and shape them into what you want. This person never said, sometimes they are lying, but a lot of times they're not. They're telling you, but you're still trying to change them to get what you want out of them. And then when they tell you the truth, you can't handle it. They're not bad people. They have to lie because society is not going to accept them in their natural state. And I wish I had that quote from Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I don't know what I did with that damn quote. I had two quotes from John. I had one from Jean-Jacques Rousseau and one from Emma Goodman. I don't know what I did with them. I thought they were in this outline. So people glorify a fantasy, a romantic fantasy that you're going to fall in love and live happily ever after. And then you shame honesty and reward the illusion. You prioritize validation over self-awareness, emotional dependency over independence. So I've already said that on average, men are far more sexual than women. And this never works, especially in monogamous relationships, because I don't know what it is. Men want sex most of the time, and women are usually, there are some rare exceptions, but women are never compatible sexually with men. They don't want it nearly as much as men. And if you're a monogamous, that's the reason why monogamy, gosh, y'all, I'm sorry, this is why monogamy doesn't work. Because in the past, you would not put that burden on one person. If that woman didn't want to have sex, you would just go get it from someone else. But in today's society, you're not supposed to get it from somebody else. And so that woman is going to feel hurt. But at the same time, she doesn't want to have sex as much as you. And now we have a lot of men who they've already realized this. So now, even though they probably prefer women, they're decided they're going to go with the other team. And they're not even necessarily gay, which is what I wrote about in my book. They just know they have easy access to men. And so they're going to go the other way just because it's convenient. So, right. This is, by the way, the book is Blame No One Addressed, the Manufacturing of Performative Masculinity and Homophobia in the Black Community. I haven't been promoting that book enough, but I'm going to be doing that more during Gay Pride Month, which is June. So if women really knew the way men think, I don't think they would be able to handle it. I don't think that a lot of them would even want to deal with men. A lot of women have already come to this realization, and they decided they don't want to deal with men. They want to be And that's not to say that women are not always monogamous either. A lot of a lot of women, a growing number of women cheat, quote unquote cheat, because I don't believe in this notion of cheating. But I don't know. I think you need to have some self worth. Your validate. You should have. You should. You. I talk about self actualization, right? That you should be self actualized. You should not. The, the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Love and belonging is a deficiency needs. You need somebody to validate you. You're not a complete person, and so you spend your whole life soul searching for this person who's going to complete you. It's a completely fruitless endeavor. Nobody's going to be able to complete you. Um, they maybe they can bring something to the table, maybe they can compliment you, but they can't complete you. You're supposed to be already completed. So no one can love you more than you love yourself. Um, you should be pouring into yourself more than you pour into somebody else, because a lot of times people will pour into somebody else and then they feel slighted because the other person didn't reciprocate. Who said they were going to reciprocate? Why did you invest so much time and energy and money into somebody else and then think that they were going to be appreciative? They're not. They're not. They feel entitled to it. Um, it's never going to be an equal exchange. So you should never give to somebody else more than you give yourself. And I know I've talked about Ayn Rand in the past. I can come back to that, but it's supposed to be love is supposed to be rational. That's what Ayn Rand said. It's about your rational self. It's not supposed to be a sacrifice. When you love someone, it's because of the pleasure that they give you, not because of what you can give them. So you're supposed to be giving to someone only to the extent that it makes you happy. So if you want to buy your partner a gift, fine. But you don't sacrifice and give your money knowing that you can't pay your rent because you want to make your partner happy. Meanwhile, you're going to be miserable. You don't do that. You don't you don't starve yourself in order to feed somebody else. That's not rational. You got to put your mask on before you put somebody else's mask on. Otherwise, both of you are going to die. So, yeah, I've already talked about why monogamy worked in the past, because women were economically strapped to men. Now they have choices. I've already talked about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I think monogamy is, or traditional relationships are shallow. They're psychosomatic. They are neurotic. Um, it's about your needs. You don't jump in a relationship because you want to give love. You jump in a relationship because you want to receive love. You want to be seen. You want to be validated and chosen. I read about that also in my book. And you want this from a person who you don't even know. So this person's, because you think this person is so amazing, they can validate you, but they're not going to do that. They never do. And it's not noble. It's ignoble. It's not intelligent. It's not rational. You already know the outcome. This is the source of, and this again, this is what Schopenhauer wrote about. This is what causes people, not this Schopenhauer, but also what is that? The noble truths, like the reason why people keep subjecting themselves to pain because they don't accept reality. Um, Buddhism, right? You need to accept reality. Stop being connected. This is the whole thing. Most people think okay. Most people say that there's something wrong with you because you can't form a deep connection. But actually, Buddhism talks about detachment. You're not supposed to become attached. You're not supposed to be attached to anything, not this world, not to people. I mean, this is the material world is nothing. You should have an attachment to your virtue, to your values, not to people, not to material things, all this bullshit. People are going to die, people come and go. So I don't know. It's almost like people trying to set you up for failure. They tell you you should form these deep attachments to people. they know good and damn well that it's not going to work, but they want to shame you for not doing it, even though they don't have any success with it. They know good and damn well how this is going to turn out. So why? You want me to be like you? You want me to be broken and um dysfunctional? No. No, I've done a whole lot of work on myself to become independent, to not be attached. And I will never ever do that shit again. It's not because I'm hurt. It's because I looked at it objectively. I stood back and looked at the situation, that what I felt were hormones, that it was serotonin and dopamine convincing me that I was in love. It was not love. Infatuation or a fantasy, it was not real. It never was real. Um, and it's not real for most people. Most people don't even know the people who they claim to be in love with. Um, but they want to shame you for having casual sex, even though they're okay. This is the part that nobody ever tells you. They want you to become attached to them so that they can discard you. That's the whole point. That's they get some kind of sadistic pleasure out of that. The same thing with taking somebody's virginity. They want to destroy you. They want you to become attached and form a deep bond to them so that they can leave you all broken and broken and just, I don't know, dysfunctional. That's what they want. And if you don't give that to them, they feel slighted. I guarantee you, this applies to men too, by the way, because even the men who act like they don't want a relationship, they do, not because they actually want to be in a relationship, but because they want to be the one who broke you. And if you don't allow them to do that, they feel they didn't get their fun out of it. They didn't get the kick. They a lot for a lot of them, this is a game. They're trying to break you, and the fact that you don't allow them to get inside your head so they can break you down and discard you, they don't like it. They don't want to be in a relationship with you. They don't want to commit to you, but they still want the fun of breaking you down. And so when you already see what the hell this game is about and you don't allow them to do that, they've lost. This is a fucking game. Um, and for a long time, I didn't even realize that shit. I thought people were being honest and just living life the way I see it, like, just telling the truth. No, they're not. They're not going to tell you what their real agenda is. They never do. They have a hidden agenda, and they get validation out of destroying people. And if you allow them to do it, then I mean, it's again, if you're young, you don't know any better. But when you get older, you're supposed to know better. You don't keep doing this shit in your 30s and 40s and 50s. Learn what the hell is going on and wake the fuck up. I don't know if let me go back and read these comments and see. Like, I'm going to post a link. Yeah, I don't think that falling in love is noble. I don't think monogamy is necessarily noble. If you want to do it, but not because you were socially conditioned and because you were shamed into doing something. I'm going to post this link, and while I'm doing it, I'm going to try to get through some of these comments. Let me see how. Okay, here's the link. While I'm waiting for y'all to come up, I'm going to go through some of these comments. Let me see if if this link posted. Did it? No, that's not the right link. Okay, hopefully, there we go. There's the link. So if somebody wants to come up, I'm not going in order yet, but I'm going to come back to those people who, yes, you always give me good things to read. Yeah, this completely relates into anarchy. Because it's a social construct. By being monogamous, you are given into authority. And I wish I had that quote from Jean-Jacques Rousseau, but monogamy doesn't exist in a state of nature. It only exists in a state of society. And again, the only function of monogamy is child rearing. So if you're not having children, then there is no point in being monogamous. Now let us go through some of these comments. Oh, what's up? because they want you to be in their lower vibration. A lot of people use their energies and try to control you because you have moved on and they want you back in the lower vibration. Yeah. If anybody wants to come up, I'm not going to, I mean, if you guys come up, I'll stop reading the comments. But in the meantime, I'm going to go through these comments. That's basically what it is. Misery loves company. Absolutely. Um, but again, they're not being honest about it. And the thing is, people don't think the same, but they want everyone else to think like them, and it's very weird. It's very weird, um, especially in the gay community because we're supposed to be alternative, but they want to shame people for not being conformist. But that's the point of being gay. It's not that you can't be monogamous, but it is an alternative lifestyle. So why would you shame someone for not being traditional and conventional? Um, See, and the saddest part about it, because those men actually just go with this tradition stuff, knowing that they want a polygamous relationship. They don't want a monogamy relationship. They don't. They don't. Because they actually try to pretend to go with it to impress their parents. It goes with every relationship when it comes to stuff like that. People are into so many different things. It's ridiculous. Right. Y'all, I don't know who said they wanted to come up, but the link is down there. Do y'all see the link? It didn't make any sense because they didn't just say one of the kings had many wives. Right, King Solomon had multiple wives, and nobody ever thought it was immoral. So I don't know when monogamy came into the picture, but when they want to say one man, one woman, it never did work. Yeah, go into the race thing. That's why that hater who tried to shame me for going outside no, that's the way most men think. Even men who are race loyal, when it comes to dating, most men want to explore. They don't want to stick to one thing. Men get bored. So again, this is the reason why I had to. This is the reason why I have to do content like this, because a lot of people, a lot of women don't understand the way men think, and vice versa. Men don't understand the way women think. Um, I don't I don't think there's a big difference between race in terms of sex, the way men and women think about sex, but there is a huge difference between gender. Men and women do not think the same way when it comes to sex and relationships. Yes, I am letting people up. I already posted a link. Sorry, I was just trying to get through that before this got too long. So I was trying to get through my outline, and then um yeah, I'm once I get through with these comments, and I'm almost done. I'm going to probably be done. So if y'all want to come up, I recommended this before, but I'll mention again: queering, anarchism, and addressing and desire. Gosh, I need. Okay, I'm going to go back, and the problem is that I can't copy and paste that, so I can't. I'll try to remember to look that up. I'll try to remember. I can't copy and paste it to try to pull it up right now. All right, y'all. So that is the last comment. Um, some, I mean, I don't know if anybody wants to come up, but I don't see. I don't know. I'm pretty much out of things to say, so I can't stall anymore. I know there's probably somebody who disagrees with me, um, but they're not going to disagree with me. They're just going to unsubscribe. I mean, do you? If that's what if you want to be monogamous, fine. But I don't think that you can project that on everybody. A lot of people don't want that. A lot of people enjoy being alone, and that's another thing. People think that you're lying. That you really want to be with somebody else, but you just can't get anybody. It's like no. Um, are you here? Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Wait a minute. Okay. Let me finish. Uh huh.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good.
Every once in a while, I like to come talk to you about, this stuff. So this time monogamy.
Right. Well, yeah, it's monogamy in relationships and this the need for social validation from a partner.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like I've been listening to you for the last like 30 minutes. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't think it's a requirement. But that is more of like social conditioning than natural, like biology. There's always that conversation. Um, Nature versus nurture. What is innate? What is taught? And I agree. I don't think monogamy is. I don't think that monogamy is necessarily biological, but I do think it has been socially constructed because it was, it's not safe for, hundreds and hundreds of years ago, it wasn't safe for women to sleep with multiple men because, they can get diseases and so on and so forth. But I feel like we are in a evolved time now. So people have the right to make their own decisions and do what they want with their bodies. And it is what it is. I don't have a problem with it. I know a lot of people are very against like open relationships, polygamy, especially when it's non-straight men. They don't know how to handle that, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean, I just feel like people should just be able to do what they want to do with their bodies. And it's really no one else's business. And it's not really, I don't think it's the state or the government's job to tell you who you should sleep with, who you should date, who you should marry, how many people you should marry. That's your prerogative, honestly. But that's just my opinion.
Right, but it's performative anyway because a lot of these straight relationships are not monog. On the surface, they act like they're monogamous, but behind the scenes, they're not. And y'all already know. I mean, anybody who's in the gay world, you already know that these so-called straight men are secretly hooking up with gay men, and that's the quiet part that nobody ever talks about. They're married, and they are getting it in.
But there's something called I learned in college, something called like compulsive heterosexuality, where like a compulsive heterosexuality where it's not good enough to just be attracted to the opposite sex. You have to do that times 10 because of white supremacy, patriarchy. You can't just sleep with one woman. You got to sleep with 50 women. You can't have one kid. You got to have 50 children because it's better to sleep with 50 women, create broken homes, broken families, than the possibility of you being gay or like, or asexual or whatever. So that there's always there's difference between like what you want to do than what what society says you should do. Yes, we don't like baby daddies. Yes, we don't like men that create broken homes and baby mamas. But the way that the system works, people would prefer that than for you to, be a gay person or, do things the alternative way. They prefer you bringing, children into the world and not taking care of them, not having good parents, in the household, any of that. But at least you had children. At least you did the heterosexual thing times 10, which is it's very interesting to me because that's hypocritical. Like if you're going to use the Bible and scripture and traditionalism and conservatism, then you have to be consistent with that. There's nothing in the Bible and there's nothing biblical about having a gaggle of kids with multiple women. But,
right. Because, and I've talked before about consequentialism versus deontology, but that's what it is. It's like it's about deontology that straight is being heterosexual is good no matter what, no matter the consequences, because they're not looking at this objectively. They're not looking at the fact that children are being born into dysfunctional homes, they're being abused. No, being straight is inherently good. So it doesn't matter how much dysfunction, how much pain you cause. It doesn't matter how many women lives you destroy. Because even women, by the way, will um, have a preference for straight men, even though they're being abused by. So it's almost like a Stockholm syndrome, where they're being homophobic, and they don't have they have a problem with gay men, and I've already talked about that in my book also, because they want protection and provision, and they're not going to be protected if everybody goes gay. So um, straight men can be forgiven for anything. Straight men, as long as you're straight, especially in the Black community, you can literally do anything. You can abuse women, you can abuse children, and all is forgiven. The one thing that is not forgivable is being gay. Are you still there? I think I lost you. Hello? All right. I can't hear you anymore, so I don't know if you need to drop down and try to come back up. Wait a minute. Why? Hello? Are you still
Oh,
there?
sorry, I'm here. Yeah, sorry, we
Okay.
disconnected. No, I agree. I agree with you. I heard what you said. Even like I know it's kind of like not off topic, but like even like with the Diddy thing, it's like he could be all those other things, but like he can't be gay. Like the gay thing is like, oh, he can't be gay. He can beat women, rape women, all these things. All those things are terrible things, but like his biggest crime, especially with black men, it seems like, oh, like, is there a possibility that he was sleeping with other niggas? Like, is that a problem? Like that's the worst thing. Not him beating on people, not him blowing up cars, not him beating on women, not him sex prostitution. Him possibly being, maybe a little queer, So this is all this is all a system. This is all this is all white supremacy. In my opinion, it is all white supremacy. That's why I have no problem when people live alternative, quote unquote, alternative lifestyles. This is America, but I've noticed that don't don't like that, or they feel like that should be shunned, that should be outlawed. And I'm like, no, this is America. People have the right to do what they want to do with their choice, their bodies. If you want to be a Christian man and woman who has 2 kids and a dog in a house, that is your right. But you shouldn't have the right to tell other people how to live their lives. Some people, they want 3 girlfriends, they want 4 girlfriends and 5 girlfriends, 5 boyfriends, and that's their prerogative, you know. But it's a system. It's order, and when people get out of order, people get upset because if they have that fear of like, well, if people see you doing it, then other people will look at that and be like, maybe I have options. The straights, white people in power, they don't like when people know that they have options, that they don't have to follow the status quo, that they can be their own person. They do not like that. So it's a sad thing, but it's a true thing. That's why I applaud anybody that dares to live in their truth. If people don't like it, oh well, they'll get used to it.
And it's not revolutionary either, because they act like they're so, I don't know, they're so out of the box. But that is so conformist, because the easiest way to control people is through their partners and through their children. So especially if you have children, you are the easiest person to control. You're going to be a wage slave for the rest of your life. You're not going to ever buck up to the system because you have too much to lose. So and then your partner is going to convince you not to go against the grain. So if you're
that's,
all
that's
these
why a lot of
attachments,
people that's why a lot of people, when women, especially black women, when women say I don't want kids, people kind of gag. People don't know what to do with that. It's like, how dare you decide not to have children? How dare you? Because women basically are still, for the most part, seen as human incubators. They're only here to produce children. Oh, how dare you how dare she have other thoughts, other ideas, every other dreams than getting married and having children? Maybe that's not what she wants to do. But society subconsciously believes that is a woman's job, or that's the biggest achievement that she can make. is having children. Even men, I would say that yes, men get a little bit more leeway, but there's, I guess, a point in time like but once you start hitting 35, 40, 50, you need to have some kids. That's how unfortunately it works. But what if you don't want kids? What if you don't want that responsibility? I think it's like, oh, that's selfish. It's like, no, what's selfish is bringing kids into this world that you don't want, that you can't afford, just to say that you did it. That's selfish, in my opinion. But hey, I'm just one person.
Right. They want you to have children anyway, even though you know you don't want them.
Right.
And if you don't want children, then you're shallow, you're selfish. It's like, no. These First of all, okay, I don't think I need to get into the anti-natalism too much because I already know I'm going to offend people. But I feel like I'm walking on eggshells. No matter what I say, I'm going to be offending somebody. But yeah, you had children because you wanted somebody to serve your needs.
Right.
You wanted that child to validate you or to make you happy. It's not because you created a child to make the child happy. No, that's not why people have children. They will never tell you that.
Yeah, because that's politically incorrect. But yeah, a lot of people have children just to live vicariously. That's like when children have their own minds, make their own decisions, do things outside of the quote unquote norm. People don't like it. People disown their kids for being different, or they try to push them to be what they want. A lot of parents, vicariously live through their children. Oh, I want my children to do what I couldn't do. And it's like, well, yes, I get it. You want your children to do better than you did, but like, your children are your own people. Your children they're not like they're extensions of you, yes, but like they're not a carbon copy.
They think their children are property. That's what
Yeah.
those are my kids. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, no, that's not how that works. And then when children, especially in the Black community, we have like this the stereotype of like, the stereotype that like, oh, white children, they talk back to their parents, they have a little bit too much autonomy. But in Black communities, we pride ourselves from like whipping our kids, yelling and screaming, order, discipline. To me, I think that's a product of slavery, honestly.
Right, and it doesn't produce the outcome that they want. Like they think that by being strict disciplinarians, that they're going to produce these functioning members of society, and they don't.
And they don't. Now, that doesn't mean, I'm not saying that you're supposed to let your kids run buck wild, but I do think there's a lot of post-traumatic stress within the Black community of like, we were told that, we were always told, our daddies, our mamas, we were told, oh, in order to get in society, you got to be twice as good to get half of what they got. There's that stereotype that when Black people go into public space, they keep their kids to their hip. White people don't do that because there's that stereotype of like, Black people are savages, Black people don't know how to parent, Black people, are ignorant. So like, there's that like respectability thing that like we have to constantly have to do. But for me, it's like, we're human. We have the right we're not perfect, human beings. And I think it's perfectly fine if you say as a Black man or Black woman, I don't want kids. We don't need no more Nick Cannons out here.
Well, I think the issue, which I address in my book, is that Black children don't get enough nurturing. They're very big on discipline, but there's very little nurturing. So that's the main difference between Black children and other children, that they think that you can just beat a child into submission and they're going to develop into functioning members of society, and it doesn't work that way.
Even like, I know I have a lot of Black people in my community where it's sad that we think niceness and love is weak and soft, like innocence is weak. Like we have flipped it. Like, white children are allowed to be innocent, they're allowed to be juvenile, they're allowed to be naivete. Black children are not given that from white society, but also Black society. You will have black people grade other Black people about how quote unquote tough they are, how quote unquote down they are, how quote unquote real N-words that we are. We're not given the space to be innocent, young, kids, and then when we do that, we get caught. Oh, you want to be white? Oh, you want to be that white girl? You want to be like them white folks that down the street? And it's so interesting to me. But I've realized over the years that is a guard. That's a shield, because for a long period of time, Black folks were not granted the right to be innocent. They were not granted the right to be not naive and juvenile. In the Black community, there's a lot of maturing that happens very quickly compared to, like, white kids, unfortunately. But I feel like it's our job that we have to, like, break down those patterns. Like, you can't blame the white man for everything. Like, you got to break down those generational curses.
So, what do you think people's motivations are for shaming people who are not monogamous? Why do they do? I mean, I think it's because they want something out of them. They want to shame people so that they can get their needs met.
I think also it's kind of like the same thing. I struggled. I went through hell, especially for women. Men, not so much, but women, there's a lot of, Bell Hooks said it. Patriarchy has no gender, and women are the child rearers. 9 times out of 10, and they are told, you have to, I went through this, I went through hell and back, so do you. This ain't no, you do what you want. Now, of course, there's exceptions to the rules, but 9 times out of 10, that's the rule. I went through it, your mama went through it, your grandmama went through it, so what makes you think you so special? Hurt people. And then when the children wake up, get an education, and say, oh, we can do better than this. Oh, we have options. Oh, there are different ways to go about this. People gag. They don't know what to do. Now, I'm not saying that people should be out here creating a gaggle of kids they can't afford with different men. I'm not saying that, because I don't believe that either. I think that's a fool. But I don't think that you have to. You should be able to be single and date as many people as you want, sleep with as many people as you want safely. I don't have a problem with that at all. I think that's healthy. I think that's good. We've seen the people that they met in high school. They've only been with one man, one woman all their life. They don't know what the outside world is. And then they end up breaking somebody's heart because they cheated or they did something they weren't supposed to do. And now they're and now everybody's upset and gagging and saying, how could this happen? Well, y'all promote monogamy from the age of like 10.
It's not healthy. I mean, you're literally giving your soul away. And that's the part that nobody wants to talk about. You're giving so much more away by the way that they constructed it than someone who's just giving sex away. You're giving your mind, your time, your entire soul to someone, and they think that this is healthy.
But you have to remember, sex is taboo. Even like heterosexuality, yes, it is the standard, it is the blueprint. Even heterosexuality is still taboo. Outside of procreation, we don't like to talk about sex. We love sex, but we don't talk about it. We're uncomfortable about it. We think it's inappropriate, and it is at times. But we are very uncomfortable because, remember, sex is shameful. We're not supposed to be, especially as non-heterosexual men. You're not supposed to be a proud, woman having sex, gay person having sex, lesbian having like that. You're not supposed to do that. So when you say I'm having sex with multiple people and there's no attachment to it, people kind of like, they don't know what to do with that because that's not quote unquote normal. Meanwhile, prostitutes, whores, slut, girl, they've been around since the dawn of time. This ain't nothing new.
Right, but they're doing it too. They're just not being honest about it. They're not monogamous. They're pretending. They have this fake facade.
Yeah, the performance. Yes, absolutely.
And it's like nobody lives up to it.
But I will say that I have a thing that I say because I have a little following on Twitter, and I have a group of people that I talk to every day, and I always say that I will say that nowadays I always say that people like whores and hoes until the real hoes come out. Like we like hoe aesthetic, but we don't like people who actually carry themselves as quote unquote whores. We actually are very disgusted at particularly women, and if they're black women, people of color, queer people, when the real hoes show up, we gag because it's okay to like act like a hoe or dress like a hoe, but to actually do hoe shit like fuck a lot of people, we gag. And I found that that's interesting because I'm like, what is the difference between what the girls are doing today that they didn't do 50 years ago? For me, the only difference is we have the internet. It's viral. Back then, it was behind closed doors. Everybody was not in your business. But now it's viral. But y'all was still out here hoeing. So, like, what's the real difference, you know?
The difference is that nowadays people think they have a veto over how you run your life. It's collectivism. You're not an individual anymore. I mean, it's like people talk about how technology is liberating, but it actually makes us more control because everyone feels that they should have access to what's going on in your home.
Mm-hmm.
They want to ask you questions, but they don't want to hear the damn answer. So they ask you questions, but they assume that the answer is, I'm traditional, I'm like you. But then when you actually come out and say, oh, I'm nothing like you, they can't fucking handle it.
Right. And then they try to like coerce you to like or lie to you to get what they want. Like, I don't know if you've seen it because I don't know if you're on social media, but there was something recent where it was like on one of these podcasts where they was talking about like men. A black man was saying to a black woman like, "Oh, sometimes men have to lie to get what they want," and it's like, well, if you have to lie, then like you're not being honest. Like you're trying to coerce women to give you something that they may not have given to you if you were honest. Like there are plenty of women out here that will sleep with you on the first day. Go find those women to be with. But they know that's not socially acceptable on average. So they lie, they cheat, they say things that they know darn sure is not true to get what they want. And my whole thing is just be honest, especially because it's like there are women that will do it. There are people on earth that will do it. You just have to find your niche.
Right, but the flip side is that they shame people for being honest. So they almost train you to be a liar.
Do they shame people for being honest?
Yeah, they do. They don't want you to be honest to talk about how, they want you. If you come out and tell the truth, they're going to shame you for it.
Well, yes. I will say, like, yes, if you come out and say, I'm a hoe and I'm only here to fuck and I'm going to give you 10 kids and not take care of them, absolutely. That is shameful behavior. I can't even argue that. That is shameful behavior. But my whole thing is, if y'all don't care and you're not, like, being someone that sleeps around, it's a social stigma, but you're not going to be, like, discriminated against you. It's not like you're not protecting minority because you're a whore. That's not just like the same thing. So yes, you may have some looks, some people may look at you a different way, but I don't think that you're, especially as a man, a straight man, I don't think that you're gonna lose real capital if you don't if you're honest about what you want. I don't. That's why I'm like, just be honest with the people that want the same thing as you. If you know that, sadly, if you know the girl, you see the problem is a lot of people want the girl next door to be a whore and a slut and freaked out. But on average, the girl next door is not. She is conditioned. She is conservative, quote unquote. So go find somebody that's not. That's how I look at it. But a lot of men and women, they're trying to like make people fit into their box because society says that there's a box that everybody has to fit in order to be valuable. If you don't fit in it, then you're not valued. Then there's no value to you. That's why I go where I'm accepted. I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to fit into. I can't be a square trying to fit into a rectangle. That doesn't make. I mean, a triangle. That doesn't work for me.
Well,
You know.
but even if you want to be successful politically or um, in corporate America, they want you to fit into this mold. They want to see who your spouse is and where your kids are
Yeah.
because it makes them feel comfortable that they can relate to you and you're predictable and you're like them.
Well, I will say this: you cannot have your cake and eat it too. If you want to be in corporate America, then you're gonna have to do corporate America things.
But what does that have to do with being a corporatist? That is it. Not to say that I want to be a corporatist, but it has nothing to do with your job or even being a politician. It's like, are you going to vote for somebody who's single and maybe has rumors about being homosexual? No, they want this straight male. I mean, that's changing a little bit, but they want this
Yeah,
fake
they
image.
2 kids in a family. I mean, 2 kids and a dog. Yeah, I feel like that is a that's a yes, that is a bias. That's not fair. That you have to kind of conform to straight or white ideals, of course. But this is politics. You kind of have to like get in where you fit in. No shade. Politics is a corrupt system as it all. Like you can't bring the Bible to a poker table. You know, like you gotta kind of know.
Right.
You
But
know,
when men play that game and then they get a wife and kids, meanwhile they're having sex with
screw it.
men on the side, they want
Yeah,
to condemn that man when this is what they told them that they should be doing. They need to
right.
lie and hide in order to get everybody's approval.
That is true. Too. That's why when the BL stuff comes up, when straight people critique, I kind of just tell them shut up because no matter what they do, you're mad. When the people are out and proud, you say they're trying to teach the children how to be gay, and then when they're in the DL, when they're in the closet, you tell them to come out and live at their truth. Which one is it? You can't be out and proud and DL. That's not how that works. So I agree with you on that part. The straights don't know what they want.
But they want you to just be straight and be happy with it and
Right.
not do
Conform,
it.
be happy, and don't go outside of this box that we put you in. And if you do go outside the box we put you in, you're going to be condemned for it. I agree. But in terms of like high level status, that does you do know that comes with the territory. Like I know that Obama knew he was going to be the first black man president with a black ass family in the White House. You don't think that there was conversations that they had to be had about there's never been a black family in the White House? How does that work? How did what rules do we have? Do we have to change rules because we're black? People may not like the fact that we're black in the White House. Do we need extra guards? There's a lot of when you are the first to do something, you know, it's harder. That's why I always give grace to the firsts because there's no blueprint. So you kind of have to not get in where you fit in, but know the terrain that you're about to sink your teeth in. This is not, liberal woke territory. If you're going to corporate America, if you're going to the highest position in whatever job you're at, if you're going to any people of power, you do have to sometimes assimilate. Is it a great thing to do? No. Should you have to do it? No. But you want to be that's the thing about being a token. You want to be part of the white folks. You want to be part of the straights. You might have to do some tap dancing.
Right, but then they still shame you for tap dancing, even though this is what they told you to do.
Well, yes, they do shame you for tap because it's almost like it's about proximity. I always say like whiteness, straightness, maleness is like a gravitational force, not pull, a gravitational force. And every choice we make in society, 9 times out of 10 has to do with that pull. Because those are the traits that we deem those are the things that we deem attractive, that we deem value. If you're a man, if you're rich, if you're straight, if you're not black, or a non-black person of color, at least you're not black. Those are all the things are working and are against us. And so, yes, if you do decide to play the game, there is a cost to the game. That's why I always say that people like the Omarosas and the Candace Owens, are they coons? Yes, they are coons. And the Blair Whites of the world, all the conservative gays and women and black people. My whole thing is at least get your money. Get something out of the deal. Oh, you want to be a coon? You better charge millions to be the big. You better be the big. You better be the best coon that's ever been. They better you better have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame for be the best coon to ever live. Shout out to King and Moore. So like, get your money, because when the white folks or the straights or whatever, when they turn their real head on you, you're gonna need. You can't go back to the gays. You can't go back to the black, because we're not gonna accept it. We're not gonna. No. Go back over there. So you need to have a support system to keep you up. No shade.
I don't know. I mean, I feel that I have a different perspective on that, because a lot of times, those people are not being elevated by the black community. You can look at somebody even like Tina Turner, who was not getting supported by the black
I
community.
agree.
She had to go to Europe and get promoted by them to become a superstar. So you can't.
She had every right to. The way that they mocked her and made her situation a punchline in American pop culture and Icon Tina, I would have went to Europe too with a white man too. Absolutely.
I mean, I can even say that myself. I feel like, yeah, I would love to be accepted by the black community, but I have too many quirks. I'm an anti-natalist. I'm gay. I would probably be more accepted by the white community, because
you think so?
Yes,
fully.
Not by all white people. What I'm saying, okay, especially like in an
right,
like anarchists. They're more. It's not even about race. It's about how they think. They're not conformist. So
right,
those are the people who would support my. It's not about skin color. It's about your ideology.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I do think that I try to give black people grace, because we all conditioned to think the same way. If the white folks are doing it, the black folks are doing it times two. But I agree. There's parts of me that I can never truly be when it comes to black people, because they're so indoctrinated with white supremacy and patriarchy and trying to compete with white men. I agree. But I also feel like pandering to the straights, pandering to the gays ain't gonna get you. It's gonna get you somewhere. I mean, pandering to the whites, it's gonna get you somewhere. But hopefully, that's something that you get is worth it, because I don't know if you keep up with politics. Like, have you seen the way that the conservatives treat Megyn Kelly?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Or
How do they
Caitlyn,
see her?
or Caitlyn Jenner?
Oh, Caitlyn. Yeah, I know about
like
Caitlyn,
them.
but not Megyn Kelly. Yeah,
They don't like them, but they use them as tokens. One's a woman, one's a trans woman. They use them as tokens to push their rhetoric, but they don't care about Caitlyn Jenner. Them say conservatives are calling her a man in those comments when she's taking pictures next to Elon Musk.
Well, all Republicans are not conservative, though. That's the thing. Like a lot of them are fiscally conservative because they don't want to pay for this and that, but socially they're liberal. A lot of them are.
Yes, but on average, most Republicans are anti-black, anti-gay, anti-woman. Now, yes, that's a generalization. Of course, there's exceptions to every rule, but I picked those people out because they are supported. They are supported until I remember when Trump. I don't know if you know, but Trump went on like a nasty misogynistic rant against Megyn Kelly, who one of his biggest supporters. This was years ago. And she had to and she could not cry about misogyny because she was one of the biggest people that was critiquing the Me Too movement and women this and women that. So she had to shut up and take the insults.
No, she didn't support him in the beginning. She was one of his biggest critics, and then when she saw that he was the front runner, then she switched. And that's the reason why he came for her, because And now all of a sudden she's acting like she's always been a Trump supporter. She wasn't.
She has not. She hasn't been, but she moves like the wind. A lot of we call them grifters. A lot of them do that. They move where the money glows, where at the whatever is popular at the time, she will move. But my whole thing is was it worth it? Was it worth it? Some people say yes. She gets her check. She's not broke. She's not homeless. But my whole thing is she as a white woman has to teeter the line, and she cannot upset the straight white men in her community. She has to be perfect Patty. And the moment that she decides that she wants to stand up for women's rights or anything that she might personally believe, she's gonna be at the foot of those white men. And so I kind of feel bad for her, because it's like you want to be included so bad. You want, and they don't even like you fully. They only like the fact that you're white. They don't like the fact that you're a woman. But at least she's not black, right? At least she's not trans. You know, a lot of people are they're doing the oppression Olympics over there, trying to get their power where they can. But the thing about being a token is that the tokens run out. Look at Candace Owens. Now she's trying to come back over to the Democrats and to the black side. Because the white folks said, you got to get out of here. We don't like you no more. Omarosa too. They all do it. So my whole thing is, if you're gonna jump and shuck and jive, make sure you get something out of the deal, so that when it's time to, jump ship, you have a life vest. No shade. That's just me.
I don't know. I say a little bit differently, because I feel like the black community doesn't respect you unless you are successful, and they don't care how you become successful. It doesn't matter whether you sell drugs. It doesn't matter whether you kill people. If you sold your community out, you can literally do anything. And once you get that respect, and once you get on the level to where they can look up to you, then everything else is forgiven. Even, I'm trying to remember that. Who was that? It's some ancient philosopher. I can't remember his name. How to win an election. Let me Google it. But basically, it doesn't matter what you did along the way. What it mattered, it's like Jay-Z. Jay-Z sold drugs
by the means. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, the means justify the ends. Like, it doesn't matter what the heck you had to get there, what you had to do to get there. The fact that you're there means something, which I guess.
Right. So they respect Candace Owens because she's successful, and that is the only measurement. So it doesn't matter if you're loyal and you do everything that they want, but you're not successful. They don't give a shit about you. They actually would want validation from Candace Owens over somebody who's just an everyday Joe Blow.
Well, yes, because Candace Owens is a public figure. She's almost like she's a celebrity. So, like, there's a privilege that comes with being a celebrity, or a public figure, an influencer, if you must, social commentator. So, yes, they're going to take anybody, Candace Owens, Omarosas, they're going to invest in her more than me and you, because we're just a speck on tree, like, unfortunately, like, I don't agree with that, but that's with all celebrity.
Yeah, the person I was thinking about is Cicero, How to Win an Election, and he wrote this in 64 BC. And I mean, it's talking about winning an election, but it really speaks to how to interact with people overall. That you make false promises. You basically need to be associated with those who are already successful, and you create this fake image of being successful. And then once people, and you also make false promises along the way. And once you get in power, nobody cares about the promises you made, because now they respect you because you're in power. So Um, you have
But
to
do you
get the
think,
power by any means necessary, and then they'll listen to you.
but do you think, like, I have my critiques of the Black community, but do you think it's worth pandering to your oppressors? Like like, you think that's better? Like, it's better to, the Black community is, can be a little very misogynistic, very racist, very colorist, very classist, yes. But is it worse than the white conservatives or the straight conservatives that
I
don't?
think it's negative and positive reinforcement. So if you do it the way that you're talking about, and then you don't get the results from the community because they're not going to support you, they don't give a shit. It's just someone like these pastors who drive around in Cadillacs and take everybody's
Absolutely.
money. That's what they want. They want the pastor in an expensive suit who's going to take their money. They don't want somebody who's going to show up and plain clothes, who's going to be honest with them. No, they want to give money and support someone who is. And I actually want to do content about that, about how they
They
like
only live with
how
somebody
they
with
choose
power.
which people they're going to support. They always choose the charlatans and the people
Right.
who exploit them. They don't support the people who are real. They don't even know how to recognize the people who are real.
Well, they do that because, and this is all human. This is not really a Black thing. This is all humans. Power seeks more power. So, or we are trained to sympathize with the most powerful. And so even the poor, you know how Black people will judge each other harder than we judge white people or other groups of people? The same thing, like the poor is going to always look to the rich as, like, the standard, or they're never gonna critique this. They're never gonna critique them, especially when it comes to class, because class is something that's unlike, well, not the gender, but unlike gender and race, those are a little bit more fixed. Class is, people love Rihanna, they love Jay-Z, Beyonce, because they think one day I can be them. If I just work hard enough, do the right thing, make the right decisions, I may be able to be Beyonce. When 9 times out of 10, I'm not a hater, but that's never gonna happen. So, like, that's different. Like, people are going to, people, we always side on the side of power. Even us people who are claim to be woke, we oftentimes do side with power because we want it. No shade. That's why we have to always, decolonize ourselves, check ourselves, question things, question why we do things, because subconsciously we are trained to always side with the people in power. So that's not a Black thing, though. That's just a human nature, social. White folks do it, Black folks do it, gays do it.
Right, but that's the point though, because we're not controlled just through brute force. It's not just the police coming and
Oh,
shooting
of course.
us and throwing us in cages. No, it's also the social shaming. I mean, I even talked about shunning and all that stuff. That you
Mm-hmm.
can actually use that against government officials, but we don't use it in that way. We're the ones who get shunned and shamed in
Yeah,
order to keep us in line. So they're going to
right.
shame you for being a slut. They're going to shame you for being poor. And so what they're conditioning you to do is to sell out, to be a
Yeah.
conformist. They even shame you for being poor. So when they
Mm,
shame you for being poor, what they're really saying is that you should do whatever it takes to become wealthy, get rich or die trying, throw
right.
the community under the bus. You should not have any scruples whatsoever. You should just get rich at any expense, and it doesn't matter. So
Well, that's what we call
they
integrity.
shame you for being poor.
But that's why that's why I say, the saying, pretty is as pretty does, or you need, that's why it's better to have integrity than clout. Now, clout doesn't pay the bills. You're right. But integrity, like, you have to have integrity. Now, I'm not mad. Black folks trying to get a leg up. White folks do it every day. But I will say that, again, when you do make those concessions, when you do make those decisions, when you put that, the person that's triple minority down just so you can get a little something, like they say, everybody that you see going up is the same people that you see going down. So you have to kind of just be ready for that. You know, I'm we're always gonna we're they rather, yes, they're gonna absolutely listen to a Jay-Z, because money talks, BS walks. You don't got no money. I'm not poor per se. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying you're poor either, but like compared to them, we're regular Joe Schmo. We don't have any, we can't give them no resources. We can't give them no capital. They're going to go where the power is. That's why we, as a society, we talk about integrity. We talking about, you know, all deals are not good deals. All money ain't good money. But in a capitalistic society where money is the root of all evil, people people have no problem being selling people down the stream. They've been doing it for years. What's one less other person? So you have to decide if you want to be integrity or get rich, and or pursue the hopefully you get rich one day.
Right, but that's what I've done content about Aristotle's view on money, that everything is good according to its utility. So money is not an end unto itself. So if you're just chasing money for the sake of chasing money,
You're always
then you're, what he says is that you become a slave to an invisible master. And
yeah.
I'm eventually, he wrote that in the make gosh, I've done content about it, but I'm not going to talk about Aristotle right now. But there was a point where I said that.
Well, you were talking about his point and how it related to money and
right. So if you're going to get money, at least it should at least be for a purpose. Meaning, if you're going to get money to fight the system or to affect social change, then that is one thing. But you're just going to go out and buy shit and have, no, that is ignoble. There's nothing respectable about that at all. And I don't even think that it is noble to get wealth when you got your wealth by taking from other people. The part that I don't, that's the part that they never talk about.
Yeah.
Because they always will say you're poor, you don't have this, you don't have that. But no. I mean, you know that I have a lot of education and I could be like them. My ethics won't allow me to be like them because I feel guilty. So
right.
When I see people charging $500 an hour for some legal services, and I know good and damn well their services are not worth that much. And then see, I could never be a capitalist because I'm always giving shit away for free. I know that it may cost me time to do it, but I know this, I don't know. There's things that I give away right now that I could be charging for, but
right.
I feel guilty for taking people's money because I know how hard they have to work for it. A lot of people don't have that conscience. They'll just take it and they'll get wealthy and not think twice about it. I look at all these people, all these content creators who will sit online and ask for donations and stuff. Mm-hmm. And they know that these people can't really afford it, but they don't feel guilty about it. They're just, and then they'll live in a lap of luxury and then talk shit about the people who donated so that they can have their lifestyle.
Right. Yeah, that's why because I as my name on here and on Twitter is Pop Culture Guru, and we talk a lot about celebrities on my page and our spaces, and one thing I have moved away from is like the endless support of celebrity, like the idea of celebrity. Like I live for Beyonce. I'm a very big Nicki Minaj fan, and I love Rihanna. But those people are the exceptions to the rule, and their success does not trickle down to me. And I think some Black people feel like, well, if Beyonce gets something or Nicki gets something, Rihanna breaks a record. That's like, it's nice to see Black people winning, yes. But that doesn't trickle down to you, and it's built that way. But because a lot, Black excellence is that, like, well, if Jay-Z wins, we all win. That's kind of like how Black excellence. Obama did it, you can too, kind of thing. Where that is a disconnect. They're called the 1% for a reason, Black or not. So I've had to like move away from like defending them and thinking that they can just do no wrong and they're perfect people. Because it's like, one, they're not paying none of my bills. Two, in order to be a billionaire, you had to do some unethical stuff. I'm sorry. There's no ethical billionaires. I don't care if you're Black, white, gay, straight, man, woman. I think we make concessions for minorities because we know it's hard. For when black women do, when black men, when the gays do stuff, we're like, oh, it's bad. But even then, the politic is, I don't care if you're Rihanna, I don't care if you're Oprah, Tyler Perry, there should be no billionaires. None. It is unethical to be a billionaire when people in this country cannot pay their rent. But that's just me.
I don't know.
But see, I get a lot of those. I get a
Well,
lot of those. I don't know pop culture. I don't know because people think, oh, one day maybe I'll be a billionaire. So I don't want to critique what I once want. What I don't want to critique negatively. What I may become.
right, and I don't
you're not
believe
becoming that.
I don't believe in fiat currency anyway. I mean, I've talked about it also that the government gives, in our case, the Federal Reserve, a monopoly over the printing of money, and then that money, that currency, or yeah, it's not money, it's currency, because and I can explain to you the difference between money and currency, but that currency is used as a unit of exchange, which is always exploitive because it allows our country to rip or rape the third world of their natural resources. So we get valuable resources and labor, and all they get is some printed money. And the only value is based on physical force that we impose our currency on you. And if you don't accept it, then we're going to wage war against you. And so, and you can't compete there. You can't compete with that currency. So that is the unit of exchange that the government has given legal force to. So the fact that there are billionaires, I think the system is rigged anyway. That's the whole purpose of money, is to allow people to extract wealth, from natural wealth, from other people, because money or currency is not natural wealth.
Money, time. That's why people are so. Even like I always have this conversation because people would say like Black Americans are not privileged to live in America, and I'm like, yes, we are disenfranchised, of course, in the United States of America. But let's not sit here. At least we have basic human rights. I know the bar is low. I know that that's what everybody should have. But there are people in countries that have no electricity. They don't have home. They don't have roof. They live in huts. So there's a hierarchy. There is something called first world privilege, and all people that live in America have it. Black, white, gay, straight, doesn't matter. All people have. Now there are varying degrees of privilege. Yes, I understand that. If you want to talk about, homosexuality or race, or whatever, yes, go mess with the white gays or the white folks first. But to act like Black folks or Hispanic people that have been born here don't have any privilege is just incorrect. Like, we would never. I remember I watched a video. Her name was I think her name was like Jamie Lynch. She's like a white woman that's always coming for other white folks. And she's taught so many classes, but she always said if you are not willing to trade the places of minorities, then you know that you are overly privileged. If you're not, I am not. I'm not trading place with people in Africa. I'm not doing it.
Well, I think Africa has been completely destabilized based on colonialism, but I think I am a proponent of anarcho primitivism. I think that because we live in a state of society where we have grown accustomed to electricity and air conditioning and running water, it's going to be hard for us to go back to a primitive state. But I think the primitive state is actually ideal because they are not under government control. If you're living in a state of nature, nobody's controlling you. You're free to do whatever you want. And if you were born in that environment and you know how to survive, because most of us don't have those survival skills. But for me, being liberated from oppression and control, an authoritarian rule is more important than wealth. So That's the thing
But
that people.
are you willing to make that sacrifice?
I'm
And
not saying that I personally would because
okay.
I was not raised that way, but I'm saying if they were raised that way and they already know how to hunt and they know how
Right.
to build their homes. And what I'm saying is that civilization has a corrupting influence. So once
Mhm.
they look at us with our air conditioning and our cars, of course they're going to want our lives. But if they didn't see our lives, they would have nothing to compare it to, and they would be okay
Right.
with what they have.
That is true. That's one thing I've learned in America. America has a problem of looking at other countries and saying, "Oh, well, they should be like us." Like, "Oh, you're walking around." That was what European colonization was. When they went to Africa, when they came here to the natives and the indigenous, and they were doing things that were quote unquote savage like or unhinged, white folks came in and said, "This is how you should do it," and we still practice that to this day. When we go to Haiti or we go to Brazil or whatever country, and people quote unquote are living up to the standard of living that we're used to, we feel like we have the right to put that on them. Oh, you need to do this, you need to do that, and it's like, who are we to say that? Now, to us, we're like, oh, we're trying to help you. You deserve a better life. You deserve this. But who God and made you God? You know. So I agree with that part. I agree that that's been colonialism from the start, trying to tell people how to move, how to dress, what to do, how to do it.
Well, and then the flip side is once they are quote unquote civilized and they're
Yep,
put
and
into
see.
this
Hmm.
centralized banking system, then they're in perpetual debt. Then, I mean,
That's
Aristotle addressed all the stuff that basically a life of money chasing is um you basically all the sacrifices that you give. Maybe I don't want to replay because I've already done it before. I don't want
it's
to
okay.
replay it, but I will
It's
summarize it and talk about it again. Um,
hmm
how money chasing has a corrupting influence on society.
Oh, of course. I remember, and this is light, but I remember like Ratatouille. Like that movie when I was younger was small, but when I got older and read and watched it back, I was like, oh wow, like not only like of course rats. It's an analogy. It's an idiom. It's not literal, but like we punish the poor for quote like we've outlawed stealing because stealing in the United States is considered bad. But and then when people who are poor steal just to survive, we punish them, and say, "Oh, you need to get a job. You can't take what's not yours." And then it's like a revolving cycle of like, how should I put it? Like taking things that would never be missed. Now, is stealing bad? Yes, but people are poor. People like that's why I don't get mad when people steal food. People are hungry. Y'all got insurance. Like stealing food, stealing clothes, trying to, not I'm not talking about Louis Vuitton, but like stealing resources. I'm not mad about
Um,
that. That don't bother me.
right. I guess that's where my anti-natalism would come in because mm, I mean I don't think I mean I'm just going to be honest. I don't think it's society's responsibility to defeat people objectively. The only people who actually owe you anything are your parents because if everybody owed everybody, then well, what that basically is socialism. And I guess as an anarchist, I'm technically a socialist, especially when it comes to real property. But I don't think that just because you're hungry, you get to come in my house and take my food, and then I'm supposed to go hungry. Like,
Well,
no,
no,
I don't owe you.
no,
Your parents owe you.
no. I wouldn't say that. Like, yeah, if someone breaks into your home and steals food, is that a crime? Yes. Personally, I would rather, like, for instance, I remember I was on Grinder years back, and someone hit me up and said, "Oh, can I have money for food?" And I have a motto that if nobody in my presence is ever gonna go hungry, That's a motto of mine, like a personal motto. If you're with me, if you're around me, if you're talking to me, and you hungry, you're gonna get fed. That's my contribution to the world. And so I gave them, I sent them $25. I said, "Yeah, get you something to eat." And they said, "Thank you." I think that is basic human care. Now, am I owed that? Do I owe them that? No, but for me, that's a part of community. I didn't grow up on food stamps, but I grew up on food pantries and drives. I wasn't rich. We weren't poor, but I didn't grow up eating caviar every day. My father went to the food pantry. We weren't on food stamps. We made too much money, but honey, we rested on community, your neighbors, your aunts, your uncles, your grandmothers, your grandfathers. There was especially in the Black community, there's a lot of community. So I don't think anybody owes you anything, but I think, what do you lose if you give somebody $25 out of your $10,000 savings account?
I used to do that, but the reason why I don't do it anymore, I mean, it goes into what Ayn Rand said about altruism, that you're sacrificing yourself, and really creates a society of dependency, because these people never become self sufficient. They don't think that they ever have to figure out a way to survive. They think that
That
they can
will
just
support
wait for
them.
somebody to give it to them. And they don't. So, like, for example, if you were to give them, let me just tell you in real terms, right? Um, there are people who don't have any money, right? But they'll get creative. So let's say they have $10. On back in the day before the dollar lost its value, they would go to the Dollar Tree and they would come up with all these creative meals, and they would come out with a whole week plan. And I used to do that, by the way. If I didn't have any money, I would get all my change together. I would get some potatoes and some canned salmon, and I would make all these creative meals with my little bit of money that I had. These people don't do that. When you give them $25, they're going to go to McDonald's and spend that $25 on one meal, and then come back and ask for more. They don't know how to survive because they have never had to be self-sufficient. So when you give them money, and I'm not saying that you can't do what you want with your money, you're enabling them. And then what they're going to do, I'm not talking about if you want to help someone who you personally know, who you have a relationship with. I'm talking about these random strangers who
Mm-hmm.
come up to your car begging for money, and they're getting really out of control. I go to the drive-through at McDonald's, and you're trapped because there's a car in front of you and a car behind you, and they will come knocking on your window begging for money, and you can't move. So if you give money to every homeless person that you run into, you'll starve. You're the problem. Okay, rich people don't think the way that you think, by the way, and they're in a much better position to do it. They don't do that. They go and waste their money on 40,000. I've gone to Chanel parties, where they were buying these $40,000 coats, and wasting all kind of money. They don't feel guilty because there's poor people. That's not how they think. What they do is they isolate themselves from that whole environment. They live in their own little bubble. They don't think twice about it. And then meanwhile, people like you who are, maybe you have a little bit of money, but
Right.
really you can't really afford it because
Afford.
you're
Right.
just you may have student loans or you got car
Yeah.
payments. And if you were to fall on hard times, nobody's going to help you. But you gave your $25, and then when you're actually out of money, nobody's going to help you. And that was the what I started out this whole live stream about, is that you really need to pour in yourself. If you
Well,
want to
yes.
give to people, you can, but it shouldn't be out of guilt, because that's the what how they do it. They'll shame you and say, "Oh, you're selfish. You should have done this and you should have done that." And I've done it before. And I was giving and giving because that back then I was a Christian. I thought you were supposed to help everybody. Now I realize that wasn't intelligent, because when I fell on hard times, there was nobody there to help me, and it was like, oh, I wish I would have had that money that I gave away.
Well, I think how I was raised is, you do unto others as you want others to do unto you. So for me, I guess it's like, it's the right thing to do, but it's also, I guess, good karma because like in my heyday, when I was making a lot more money than I'm making now, I used to have the idea that I'm going to help someone now today because in 5 years I'm going to need someone to help me out, and hopefully somebody, I got enough family, I got enough friends, I got enough people, co-workers, I got enough people that I know, someone can loan me $2, $10, $100, whatever it is. Someone can pay my rent. I got people that can pay my rent if need be. But and I feel like that is how how I was raised now, and I don't do it, and if I don't give it back, for me, that's okay. Because good deeds are not supposed to be necessary. Like, you're supposed to do a good deed because they're good deeds. You're not supposed to do good deeds because you want a pat on the back. Now, would it be nice for it to be repaid? Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie, it would be nice. But I wouldn't be like, oh, because I feel like that's what capitalism does to us. Like, oh, you need to brush your bootstraps off and get it out the mud like everybody else. Like, everybody can't do that. And yes, eventually, if the same person comes to me and says, "I need how about I help you get a job," instead of I'm gonna get you this, I'm gonna get you some food, but let me help you get this job. Let me help you sustain yourself. Telling people, "Oh, just go get a job," is so. You have to have a home. You gotta have a place to take a shower. You gotta have job clothes. You gotta be able to have resumes. You gotta be able to get to the interview. Getting a job to the average person, it's easy because we have people that support us. But it's hundreds of people that helped you get that job without you even knowing.
Um,
So go ahead. Sorry.
I guess the problem is the entitlement because they don't feel that you're doing them a favor. I've even gave, I
Really?
mean, I gave somebody $5. He was like, "That's it." I mean, you're getting money from everybody else, and I could have given you more, but yeah, I didn't owe you anything. And you talk about that's it, and so it creates a cycle of dependency, a culture of dependency, and then if you don't, if you feel entitled to it, and you think that somebody owes it to you, then it's at in that context, in that framework, it is not wrong for somebody to steal because there is no private property. So I am entitled to it. So therefore, I want your car. I can take it, and I'm not wrong for taking it. I want your money. And because I'm hungry, I can take your money. I eat, you starve. And because it was the right thing to do, what stealing from you is not wrong.
No. That okay. So I'll say that, like, no, you don't owe anybody this world a damn thing. Of course not. We know that. But I just feel like even if they're like, that's it, that's all I have at the moment. And then and if they're mad about that, that's fine. Like, I never want to be pompous, or I don't owe you shit. Get the fuck out my. I'm not doing. I would never do that because although I'm not I was raised Christian. I have left the church because problematic. But like, I'm not better than anybody. I'm not. Tomorrow I could be in your shoes, and I never want someone to do that to me. So I'm not going to give you. You can give me all the heat you want. I get it. You hungry. You homeless. You poor. You out here struggling. I get it. I'm not going to take it personal. So that's kind of like, because I always like, my father always taught me, you greet the janitor the same way you greet the CEO, the principal. You say hello, hello ma'am, hello, hi sir. You don't think that you better than nobody because the next day that could be you, and you're gonna want somebody to lend you $200 to get you to point A to point. You're gonna want somebody to pay your light bill. You're gonna want someone to put food in your fridge. And so when you start thinking that you better than folks, and that you keeping up with the Joneses and the Jeffersons, God has a way of humbling you, and I don't want to be humbled per se. Like, I don't want that for me. I don't want to be humbled, so that's why I try to move more of like the helping. Now, I'm not a martyr. There's a difference between martyring yourself and helping. I have At the time, I had the funds. $25 was not gonna put me out on the street. Okay, my car note was $900 a month. I don't need $25 I can spare. So for that
Um,
like thing, it wasn't that big of a deal. But I do agree with you that you should after a couple of times you should help them maybe, and clearly they don't have money, they don't have an income, so maybe let me teach you how to get income. But don't just tell them, oh, go get a job, leave me away, because what's that going to do? That's not helping them.
Right. I don't necessarily think you have to feel like you're better than them, but you're not worse than them either. Like it's not so
Right.
they can eat while you starve. And I think the problem is that a lot of people don't actually want to give it, or don't, or can't afford it, but they feel guilty. That's what altruism is. We live in a culture of guilt, and then somebody's in your face asking for money. You feel like you're a bad person because you put your survival above theirs. But it's like you worked, you earned that money. So why should you starve while this person eats? And if you work, I mean, I think helping them would be, I'm going to give you an opportunity so you can earn it. So I'm not going to, like, no, I'm not going to use that example. But I'm not going to give you the money, but okay, I'm going out of town. I need somebody to watch my cat. If you watch my cat, I'll give you $500. And then you say, oh, I don't like cats. I'm afraid. Okay, well, I gave you the opportunity. And so you can't say I didn't help you. You chose to reject my offer. I'm not going to just give you money for no reason. Like, you need to earn it.
Wait, so okay, let me edit that. So I'm not like, if you're starving, I don't expect you. If you don't got, if you don't got it, you don't got it. I'm talking about the people that got it. Just so that's clear. So if you're starving and you don't have it yourself, of course I'm not expecting you to help. I'm talking about the people who are privileged enough to spare $25, $100, $200, $500, and they're not going to be put out the street. Their lights are going to be turned off. They going to be okay. I'm talking about those people, not people like, if I'm broke and you're broke, we're two broke people. Girl, we're gonna have to figure something out. But if I have a $900 car note and my rent's $1,500 a month, I can give you $100. I can do that. I'm not talking about the poor, but I agree with you what you're saying, that rich people, oftentimes the middle class, the poor, they come together to help each other out. The rich don't give a fuck. They may do a little philanthropy and go donate to the Salvation Army, and they get tax breaks and stuff like that, but they don't give a, I give you that. They do insulate themselves from the poor, from the lower class, so they don't, out of sight, out of mind. So I give you that. And so oftentimes that's why when Oprah, I'll never forget when Oprah and Dwayne Johnson, Oprah's worth $2.5 billion. Dwayne Johnson's worth $800 million. Two of these people get up on the internet when COVID hit talking about donate, because I think, remember when Hawaii had that hurricane? And
Mm-hmm.
all those people, they talk about donate to this GoFundMe. I said, Oprah, please get out of my face. Now that was a fool. Why are you, as a billionaire and a multimillionaire, asking the poor to donate to a GoFundMe? That's a fool. That don't
Because
make
they
no
already
sense.
know how poor people think. Rich people, they will donate to charitable causes if it benefits them. Meaning, if it's a tax write off, or if it's an agenda that benefits them, they'll donate to political campaigns because they're going to get something out of it. But they're not in proximity to poor people, so they're not even thinking about that. The fact that you are even in proximity to poor people will keep you poor. And it's gosh, I want to do I always want to do, I have these ideas, but I never know how to organize and how to structure it. Like I don't, I would like to do more content that is more provocative and evocative, but I don't know how to, edit, and so when
Yeah.
I do it, it's gonna fall flat because I don't present it right. But
But isn't that for me? I'm like, okay, that's such a rich person. Like, you're asking, like, and then when people were like, cuss her the hell out, like, people can't pay their mortgage, people can't put food on the table. You asking people for $5, and you worth 2.5 billion. And then she was like, oh, well, I already donated 10 mil. Well, donate another 10 mil with your billionaire ass and get off my line. Like, it's just like the way that the rich, and the thing with me that I thought was interesting, Oprah is a billionaire now, but she was not always a billionaire. She was very, very poor, and I think Baltimore, very, very poor. She started from the bottom. She was not born into wealth. So it's like, even when like you've been there, done that, it's like you kind of like they still forget like what it's like to be the average Joe.
Well, and then I mean, from the bottom, we look at the wealthy a little bit differently. But those who are wealthy, they live in perpetual fear of losing their money, and
They don't want to
they
give it
see
away.
themselves as not being as wealthy as they could be because they're comparing themselves to people who have even more money than they have. So you're looking at her like, oh, you have 2.5 billion, but she's looking at it like, oh, there's somebody else who has 10 billion, and I'm not on their level, and I have all these businesses that could possibly look at what happened to Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart went to jail and she lost
Mm-hmm.
a fortune. She's
Mm-hmm.
still wealthy, but
Right.
people think about passing money down to their children and like
Mm-hmm.
how they're going to use their money to change society. I'm not saying that they always do. I don't know what Oprah is going to do with her money when she dies, but um, she wants to maintain her position, and so she's not going to just sit up and give away $1 billion.
I'm not saying that. That's the thing. People are like, oh, you should. I'm not saying. They always say, people do the calculations about what it takes. And mind you, Oprah's worth 2.5. So let's say she's worth $3 billion. So she could give all her money away and still be a billionaire. Like $1 billion is a lot of money. Now I know that's not cash. I know that's assets, and like she would have to liquidate. I understand that, but like I just think it's just so interesting that you're worth $2.5 billion. This other man is worth damn near $1 billion. You two combined are worth $4 billion, and you are coming to us asking for our whole $5. That's when I was like, oh, this shit's rigged. This shit is rigged. This shit don't make no sense. Please get out of my face. That's a fool. These people have enough money to cure world hunger.
Right. That's okay. That's what I want to address. Because money is not natural wealth. That's what people. I mean, it's a misconception that if all the wealthy people just spent their money, they would feed the entire planet. No, like that money has to come. Like the money represents a unit of exchange, but the actual wealth has to come from somewhere. So if they spent that money, where the wealth would actually come from, the actual resources, it would come from the third world. Um, if all the
I mean,
wealthy were to
yeah,
spend their money, because there is no actual wealth to back up that fake fiat currency. So
right.
if they were to actually spend it, it would cause an economic collapse. That money is just like a scorekeeper to say, I'm successful, I'm powerful, but it's not meant for them to actually spend it. If they were to spend it, I mean, there are wealthy people, people like Michael Jackson, who
You could
tried to spend their money to end world hunger, and then they
be,
went after him.
yeah,
Coming
because
with some fake allegations about child molestation and whatever bullshit, and then I shouldn't have said that on a live stream. Um, what they
don't get
then now they call it PDF.
mm-mm. Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
they want to stop you. They don't want you spending your money like that.
I get it. I get it. I'm not saying that they should cure world hunger. I'm just saying that sometimes the rich accent. I don't think the rich owes anybody anything. But if you're not opening up those pockets, shut up. Don't ask us for nothing. We don't want your input. If you don't want to give us nothing, fine, because you don't have to. But do not get on the internet talking about, oh, those rich people. Oh, if all the poor people stop going to Starbucks every day and just put that money away, girl, get out of my face. They call it the 1% for a reason, and the 1% includes the black folks. So for the black folks like myself, that's a 10% of the 1%. So it's not realistic. We will never be these people. So if anybody can do it, it's you. Now, are you supposed to, you know, empty out your personal bank accounts for these people? No. But I
Okay.
do expect you
Okay.
to help when you can.
Okay, here's the thing though. I had a nonprofit some years back, and when I had my nonprofit, I pretty much bankrolled myself. So everything that and I'm not even going to say what the nonprofit was. I pretty
Mm-hmm.
much paid for everything, and nobody supported it. And
Mm-hmm.
then they would come out and ask me to support their stuff. So like say I go to the store, they're asking me to donate to St. Jude's. I'm like, why would I donate to St. Jude's when nobody's supporting my nonprofit? And
Yeah, but
I got
were those people the same people that didn't support you, or different people?
and I'm talking about in society that they expect you to support their charities, what they deem to be a worthy cause.
Mm-hmm.
That donating to children who have cancer is a worthy cause. But if
Right.
you have a nonprofit where you're trying to fight the system, nobody gives a shit to that about that. They're going to support the typical charities that help
Right.
children, that help battered women, people with
Yeah.
HIV, but they're not going, nobody's supporting the kind of nonprofit that I had. So why would I divert my limited resources when I'm the only one who's funding my own nonprofit? Why would I divert my resources? And I was devoting all this time to my nonprofit too. So why would I devote any time and energy to somebody else's nonprofit when I'm receiving no support for mine?
Okay, I'm gonna push back on you that. Okay, you know the bystander effect, where they say if everybody does nothing, nothing gets done. So like if everybody thought that way, nobody would donate to a Salvation Army, to a Goodwill, to anything. If everybody said, "Well, y'all didn't support me, so why should I support you?" You do have
No,
to you have to
but
give to get.
I am doing something though. That's what I'm saying. I have my nonprofit that I'm using to benefit society, but
Hmm.
they're not supporting it because they want you to support, or they want you to donate to causes that they support. So
Right.
let's say there's one, everybody has the same nonprofit to help children who have cancer, and you're the only person who has a nonprofit for, I don't know, um, for fighting. I don't. I can't even think of a good example. But nobody's doing what you're doing. Why
Right.
should you divert your resources to their nonprofit when they're not supporting yours? And yours is already hanging on by a thread, and you're supposed to support theirs.
Well, I will say this. You're not like you can't, but it seems like you can just say no and move on. You don't have it's a request. They're not beating you over the head with a bat. If you like, it's a request, just like you requested, and they said no. You can also say no. Like I don't think you're a bad person for saying no, but I do. That's why I'm like you should do things because it's right, not because you think you're gonna get something back.
It's not about getting something back. They have an entitlement to it. They will even in when you're at the store, when you check out, they have the temerity to, when you're about to when you're about to pay for, well, do you want to donate to this cause? Hell no. Did you donate to my cause? Why
Yeah,
do
but
you
what?
why do you get to get up in my face? Like, okay, so the problem is that they have this expectation that, so if I say no, then that means I'm not giving, because they think that their causes are their only causes. They don't even consider that you may have your own cause that they're not supporting. So they're going to make you feel guilty and get up in your face. Oh, you don't want to help the starving children and no, why aren't you supporting my charity? My charity is just as important as yours.
Well, yeah, but like you're not. I mean, it's no shade, but like, do they know about your charity? I'm not. I'm not.
No, they don't. And that's the point. They don't know. And I don't know about theirs, but for the fact that they are in my face telling me about it. I'm
Right.
not in their face for trying to shame them but they're shameless about it. They're in my face. So that's the reason why I know about it.
Well, I will.
Why are they
They're not.
subjecting me to a charity prompt when I'm at the grocery store trying to buy food.
Yeah, but like you're not. I'm not. I agree with you, but like it's not a. You may disagree with this, but like it's not an equal playing field. Like you're not. Are you in stores? Are you in bill? Are you at? Are you on billboards? Are you?
That's the reason why I shouldn't support it, because I'm not on their level. I should support my little tiny nonprofit, which is receiving no support. I don't have any resources to spare to their causes that are already on that level.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. If you don't have it, then you don't have to give. Like that's all. Like I'm not expecting the poor of the poor to give their money out. I'm not. So if you don't have it, you don't have it. Plenty of people say I don't have it today. But it seems like that's not it. It seems like you have it, you just don't want to give it. That's what I'm saying. Like you don't. It doesn't seem like you're. Are you like when you were like, oh, if I'm starving, are you starving now? Because if you're starving, I'm not expecting you to break your one cracker and give it to someone else. No, eat your cracker. But is that the case though, or is there some resentment because you feel like you're not getting the support that maybe you have given out in the past?
No, what I'm saying is that I have limited resources, and they have already deemed these causes to be noble. These are the only charities and nonprofits that you're supposed to support. So unless you're giving money to a homeless person or a child with cancer, then basically you're selfish and you're not. It's like, no, how come my nonprofit and my causes are not at getting given the respect that yours are? So you're going to tell me how I should spend my money, and you think that your causes are more important than mine, and I should sacrifice my nonprofit to help yours. That's not how that works.
No, I don't think you should do that at all. Absolutely not. I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should sacrifice. I expect nothing from the poor. I don't expect poor people to be out here marching on streets and no, it's the privilege. It's the people with more, like the middle class, upper middle class, people that can risk more. I don't expect the poor to be out here donating to Goodwill. No, they don't even have it themselves. Absolutely not. So that's
But
not
that's what they're asking though. When you're at Walmart or Target and they're asking you to donate to St. Jude's, they're asking working class people to donate. They're not asking the wealthy. When you go to Chanel and Hermes, there is no prompt to donate to St. Jude's. So that's what I'm saying. They're doing this on purpose.
well,
Is this no different than? I feel it's exploitative. They know exactly what the hell they're doing, and we're already taxed at a disparate rate. They tax us at a much. If you're middle class, you're probably paying like 40% in taxes, and the wealthy are pretty much paying nothing. So why, when you're already given your more than your fair share, they're going to try to shame you and get in your face and tell you that you should donate to their stuff, but they're not. Um, it's not right.
okay.
And Walmart, it's the same thing. What you
Yeah.
said, what Oprah did. Walmart is doing the same thing that Oprah did. They're asking the poorer people in the middle
I
class. They're
guess
not asking the wealthy.
essentially they are. It's not. I don't think it's tomatoes. But like I get your point. Like the principle of like asking the poor to help the poor out. Yeah, I get that. Like I understand the yeah, okay, that's a fair critique. That like, why are you not just you're a $1 billion company? Why not you just cut the check? Why are you asking the people? Because no team, no shade. I'm not. I know Beyonce goes to Target once in a while, but the rich on average is not walking into Target, at least by themselves. No shade. So I get it. Like the rich on average is not going into Walmart or the Shaw's down. Like no, they have handlers to do that, and if they do that, it's once in a blue moon. So I get that. Like no, when they go into Louis Vuitton and Versace and all these different and Birkin bags, they're not. Yeah, you're right. They're not asking. Do you want to say? Do you want to donate to St. Jude? Um,
And I've
so
worked with those people. That is the farthest thing from their mind. These people are shallow as hell. They're buying $300 ties and these Hermes scarves that cost $800. They're eating at these expensive restaurants. Um, and then yeah, they're gonna panhandle you when you go to Walmart.
yeah, I get that. I think that's a fair critique. I get that. I
And
think that's fair.
And also, like when we talk about Oprah, that's how those wealthy people think. They don't donate their own money. What they do is they
Well,
have these fundraising events. And so if Oprah is able to get people to donate, and she raised
mm-hmm.
$5 million, she's going to take credit for it, even though it didn't come out of her pocket. What she's saying is, I lent my celebrity status to this cause, and so I get credit for it, and you get to see me as being charitable.
Well, to be fair, Oprah does cut checks. She does. I think she should cut more. So in that particular scenario, she and Dwayne Johnson, I think they donated like a total like 15 million to the little GoFundMe. I think that's fine, but like y'all can triple it, but they don't want to triple it because girl, they're rich and they're trying to stay rich. I get it. But for me, it's like y'all are billionaires. Y'all are multi-millionaire. I'm not asking the girl that just got her first million to donate. I'm asking billionaires and multi-millionaires. The same way I'm not asking the poor to donate. I'm not asking the girl that just became a doctor to donate $50,000. No, but I do. The more you have, the more. That's why it's called philanthropy. It's a give and take. People buy your music, people watch your shows, people go stream your movies. The least show up when a disaster happens. Show up when the world is falling apart. Show up when Sandy Hook or bombings. Show up because these same people are spending hundreds of dollars to go to your stadium tours, to go to your movies. That's for me. That's the give and take of celebrity. For me, if I'm a celebrity and if I'm Beyonce and people come into my shows spending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, the least I could do that when the California fires happen and I cut a $15 million check, a $10 million check.
They're going to donate as much as they are able to write off on their taxes, and they're not going to go a dollar above that.
I'm not mad about that. Because do you got $15 million to give? No, okay, I didn't think so.
Well, I'm just saying the way the system is set up, it's just completely rigged. Okay, what I'm saying is that even if I don't have that, it's going to be more of a sacrifice for me to donate $1,000 than it is for her to donate 10 million because it's not going to affect her at all.
That's true. I get that, but that's what I'm saying. If you don't got it, don't get it. I'm not expecting martyrs. I don't expect nobody to be no damn martyr, especially black folks and poverty. Absolutely not. But I feel like from what I'm getting is like for you, it's insulting to ask working class people to donate their little $20.
Right, because people think this because you have it in your wallet or in your bank account that means that you have it. You know, I'm not even just poor. I'm in debt, meaning I have over $200,000 in student loan debt. So any dollar any $5, 20, that could be going towards my student loans. I'm worse than these people because I have debt that I may not even ever be able to pay off. So they look at your situation on the outside and think that you're better than that. They don't know what's going on.
That's true. You don't know what people's financial, because the more money you make, the more they take. Yes, it takes money to spend money. I mean, to get money, it takes money to get money. You have to spend money to make money. I get that. So yeah, you may be making, I don't know, $150,000 a year, maybe, but you got student loans, you got car notes, you got rent. If you got kids, you know, something happens, you got medical bills. So like, it takes. Yes, you're making a lot. Like you barely break even, basically, barely.
Right, and they don't think about what you have to do to get that money. They just see that you have it. It's like, yeah, I have this money, but how many hours did I have to work to get it? Nobody just gave this to me. You think I'm supposed to just give it to you? What did you do to earn it? Like, it's like, okay, so if you gave $25 to someone, and let's say that this person is making minimum wage, then they have to work like 3 hours to get that $20, or I don't know what the minimum wage is now.
Well,
so you just gave away 3 hours of labor to somebody and they don't even appreciate it.
But is appreciate at least, I don't know. I maybe got real Christian, even though I don't do religion anymore. I just for me it's always you give and you don't judge. And I know that's easier said than done when people have not screwed you over. When people screw you over, when people take advantage of you, when people take your kindness for weakness, it does harden you. It does give you more, make you more rigid. So I get it. But I try not. I don't want to ever get to that place where I'm the Grinch that stole Christmas, the Grooze, the person that's bitter because the world didn't give me back what I think I'm owed. Don't want to do that.
But
Now
that's
I'm
not
not. Go
that's
ahead.
not the only way to give though. You can give in other way. You don't
Yeah,
if
that's true.
you can create your own nonprofit and put money in your nonprofit that gives back to the community. You don't have to take money out of your wallet and put it in somebody else's pocket. Like that's not
But
that's
I will say, people need things now. Now you can say, well, it's not my responsibility to get you the things that you need. But if people need shelter, water, food, electricity, whatever, now you telling them, oh, I'm gonna help you go get a job so you can learn how to spend your money. That's not gonna do anything for them now.
right. But at the same time, I'm also addressing the root cause of it, which is procreation. So you can give them money, but if they're going to keep having children who are going to be born into poverty, then the solution is never going to be fixed because they're not learning anything. So I'm
Wait,
also
did you?
telling them to stop having children so that in the future, so if they were going to stop having children and we were just going to help the people who already exist, that'd be one thing. But they're pumping more and more, so it's a bottomless pit. You will never be able to save everyone because there's always, and then on top of the people who are being born into the system, there's also immigrants. So you can't, you're
Yes.
going to be poor. There's so many people who need help.
Yes, but also you have to also remember you cannot save the world. You are not Superman and Wonder Woman. You cannot come down and save the day every single time. So you do have to learn how to pick your battles. It's okay to say, no, I don't have it this time. Maybe next time. I don't think you're a bad person for picking your battles, or I'm not saying that. You have every right to say, I don't got it today. If you don't got it, you don't got it. It is what it is. But I do feel like if it is not, I grew up in community. I grew up in people, giving when I didn't deserve any of it. Maybe I was a bad kid. My father didn't pay someone back. They still said, I'm still going to come in and help you out. I'm still going to write that recommendation. I'm still going to do this. And when they did not have to. So my ethos is like, I'm going to give back to the world what the world gave to me. Now, I get that if the world can't give shit to you, if you feel like you gotten out the mud, I get that. I'm not giving it out. But I would say just to that, but didn't you wanted somebody to help you out. So why not be the person that you wanted to be for someone else? Don't be bitter. Be resourceful. Change the generational tide. Do something different. Now, quickly, I just want to ask you a question.
I'm
Have you been hearing the whole like on TikTok, like the whole having poor people having children is like eugenics? Like telling poor people they can't have telling poor people that they cannot have, that they shouldn't have kids is eugenics, or disabled people having kids is like bad. People said that's
what they're
eugenics.
saying about anti-natalism, that anti-natalism is racist, but I don't agree with that. Um,
You don't think so?
I I want to answer that question, but I also want to answer what you said before that. But I
Okay,
don't.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just completely forgot what you said.
Oh, when I was talking about like giving, like don't be the bitter person, give back, do break the generational curse. That's what I was saying. Because
I don't remember
yes,
you said something before that, but it's okay.
because people do. I understand when hurt people. So if you've hurt and ain't nobody gave you stuff, why should I give it to you? But that's not for me. That's not like I don't want to be that. I want to break that curse. I'm gonna do for you what nobody did for me. That's true
Oh,
community.
okay. That's. I now remember what I want to say. It's not that you don't want to give back. I don't believe in giving back to the world. I believe in giving specifically to those who deserve it, to those who have the requisite virtues or values that they're trustworthy. They're actually going to give back if I give to them. Not that I'm necessarily looking for it, but I'm saying, like, for example, if I were to help my brother is going to help me.
Right.
My brother's not going to take advantage of me. If
Right.
I were to, I don't believe in just giving money to random strangers who I don't know, who may or may not be good people. I don't believe in giving out to the universe. I believe in giving to specific people who actually deserve help. People who are
Okay.
actually going to use that help. So, like, for example, I could recommend somebody for a job, and
Right.
then if that person is a good person, they're going to turn around and return a favor for other people. But then
Right.
there's another person who may be an asshole who's just going to screw you over and make you look bad and maybe get you fired. You can't help everybody. I don't believe in giving to the universe. I believe in giving to specific people.
Okay. I think that's fair. I don't think that you should martyr yourself for the world, especially black people. Black people have been doing that for years. I don't. I agree. I don't think you should. I'm not. I'm not saying that you should spread yourself thin. Again, if you got it, you got it. You got it. At the end of the day, if you can't pay your rent because you gave someone $25, I'm not telling you to give the $25. Pay your rent, and someone else can do the deed. But for me, if your rent is paid and lights are on and food is in your stomach and you got the money, why not?
Because I have $200,000 in student loans.
That's, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, I think that's fair. You said I got debt. I got bills. I don't got time for you. I don't got time for you. No, I'm kidding. But
And
yeah.
really, what I think is that this whole system is completely screwed, and I feel like people are not. That's the reason why That's why I'm sticking to this whole argument about my nonprofit, because I feel like they're not dealing with the root causes. So, for example, and I'm not saying this is my profit, I would be more likely to support a nonprofit that was about anti-natalism, about not procreating or birth control, so that
Right.
I'm ending the cycle of poverty, so that people there won't 20 years down the road there won't be a homeless person begging for money. But if you're just
Right.
going to keep having children, why would I donate to that when that's just going to perpetuate the same cycle? So I don't see that as really helping. It's not addressing the root cause of it. So that's what I'm saying. You're going to be in my, not you, but St. Jude's is going to be at my face when I go to Walmart, because they decided that this is the way to help people is to, but no, why aren't people supporting the nonprofits that are about anti-natalism so that people are not born into poverty? That's what I would support. I don't want to support that, the one for, no, because you're if they already, I don't know, if you have a safety net for these people and they think, oh, I can just have children and they'll be born in poverty and then all these other people will feed them. No, then you're going to keep doing it. You need to know that if you have children that you can't support, those children are going to starve. That's how it would be in a state of nature. So therefore, you don't have those children, and then the problem is solved. But no, these people don't think like that because they never have to suffer any consequences. And I'm not saying that the children should suffer, but the parents are not being responsible.
True. I agree. People having children they can't afford. But one of the things about living in America is you have the right to choose.
Right,
That's
but
the thing.
it's not on you though. It's society's problem now. It's not your children, it's everybody's children. I have a duty to feed your children.
No, you don't. That's the thing. You don't have to do it.
Okay, let me tell you right now. I
But
have a drug dealer down the street
it seems
who,
like you're upset. Not upset, but you have an issue that people judge you for deciding not to do it. They judge Jesus, girl. You're gonna have to. Oh well. Like people judge all the time, but you don't have to do it. And if
okay,
people
I
think
have
that
a
you're a
home
bad person for not doing it, oh well.
I have a drug dealer who lives like 2 houses down from me. Every time he gets kicked out, he comes ringing my doorbell thinking I'm supposed to. I don't know this person from a can of paint. he's a drug dealer, he's a criminal, he steals. Why would I let him in my house? But he's looking at it like, you're single, you have a house by yourself. Why won't you just let me in? Why don't you just share? It's like, no, you're
Yeah,
going to
but
come in and
that's
cause all these problems for me and steal my shit. Just because I have it doesn't mean that I want you in my house causing problems for me. And,
yeah, but you
he
have
feels
every right.
entitled to it
You have
because
every
I have it.
right, but you have every right to say no.
But
I don't
then
know
he
you.
doesn't just go away. He keeps ringing my doorbell because he feels entitled to
Well,
it.
that's entitlement, and you should call the police and get in charge for harassment. Because absolutely not. I'm just saying. I'm not telling you to invite strangers to live with you because they homeless. That's a fool. Absolutely not. I was
But
talking
I'm
about.
talking about the culture. The culture says you are your brother's keeper. And if you don't have it, it's somebody else's responsibility. It's not your parents' responsibility. It's the person down the street who may be doing slightly better than you. It's their responsibility.
I don't know where you live, but where and what culture does it tell you that I don't know if that was like a hyperbole, but what culture does it tell you that you have to invite strangers into your house because they're homeless and drug dealers? Who said that? Who
It's
said
not that
that?
they think that you have to invite them in, it's that they feel that if you're doing better, then you owe them. You're supposed to help them. That's the culture that we live in. And so
I think
maybe
I
even
think
if I'm not supposed to
if
invite him in my house, I'm supposed to at least give him money because I have it. He shouldn't have to go without because I have it.
I think that's a little excessive and extreme. No, you don't owe him anything personally. Now, I'm not exactly like it's levels. I'm not telling you to invite no strange man to live in your house, girl, because you got an extra bedroom. That's a fool. I don't even let family. I don't even barely let family come over. No, I'm kidding. But I'm not telling you to do that. But that's not the same thing as giving somebody $10 on the street so they can go get themselves a little McDonald's. That's not the same thing. Yeah, you have to be
Okay.
smart. You have to be smart because you wouldn't be helping. You'd be a fool. You'd be dumb to a fault to let a strange man, drug dealer at that, felon, move into your house because he got kicked out his own. That's a fool. And if they feel like you're like, there's a difference between helping people and then people just feeling like you're like they're entitled to your shit. There's a difference. I'm not telling you to. I'm not telling you to martyr yourself, honey. That would be a fool.
But the fact that they are getting help is why they feel entitled. I mean,
Yes,
when I
it's
have
other people.
situations and I have been down and out, I never, maybe my family, but I never asked strangers. I would always try to figure out a solution. And I'm talking about being minimum wage, having my car broke down. I never asked anybody else to help me. I figured out a way. Even if I had to walk, a lot of these people won't even do that. They'll say, oh, I'm not walking. I'm going to go bother somebody else so they can give me a ride. No, I'm not doing that. I have self-respect. It doesn't matter if it's an hour walk. I'm going to walk an hour to work and I'm going to leave early and I'm not going to inconvenience somebody or I'll catch the bus. It's not somebody else's responsibility because my car broke down that I'm going to go harass them and ask them for money or a ride or anything else. These people don't want to rely on themselves. They want to ask for somebody else and make them feel guilty.
But I have a question for you. Do you not do that because you feel like you don't deserve that? Or you do that because of your like do you or your it sounds like it's an ego thing because I don't think it's anything wrong with you for asking because the word asking. If you ask somebody for something, the worst thing they can say is no. But I think we live in a society. It's funny that because you're so like against the culture. One of the things in socialization that we learned is like get it out of the mud. You do it yourself. Don't ask nobody for shit. That's a very like white supremacist pull your stuff at the bootstraps mentality. Don't get public aid.
Well,
There's
if it
nothing
was,
wrong with community. There's nothing wrong with helping people out. If you can, you can. If you can't, you can't.
but you be surprised about the bizarre requests I have. There'll be random strangers coming up to me. Can I use your cell phone? Hell no, you can't use my cell phone. I don't know you. What are you going to do with myself? Or can I get a ride? I don't know you. Why would I get? No, I'm not doing it. They ask. I feel because I've been asked for so many outrageous, and I've heard so many outlandish stories.
Requests.
I'm tired. I'm not doing it anymore.
You're not.
I used to do it back in the day when I was young and gullible. But you
Yeah.
told me that you just came from St. Louis and your kids are stranded at home and they got. How did you get here? Why? How are you in the middle of the street and you called a bus from St. when you can't get home? How is that my response? Why didn't you plan better? And I don't want to hear your sob story, no matter how horrific it is. It's not my problem. It's not. I don't. The fact that I'm in proximity to you and you get uh, to relay your story back to me does not make it my problem. It's no different than if I was. The only reason why you have any accesses to me is because I'm here. If I were in a wealthy neighborhood, I would not be dealing with this. And that's one of the problems with that. It keeps you poor. It keeps you in poverty to live in a poor neighborhood because it's not your responsibility to take care of yourself. It's your responsibility to take care of the entire community. Everybody thinks that you owe them something. They're constantly asking you for something, but nobody's offering to help you with anything. Everybody has their damn hand
Yeah.
out. You're being panhandled as soon as you step out your damn house.
But the difference is no one's offering to offer because you feel too good to ask. That's the difference. Ask and you might get.
No, there've been okay. I wouldn't ask for money, but there've been times where it's not money, where I think it's a slight inconvenience. Like for example, if my battery dies and I need somebody to give me a jump, I have had several people, just completely. It's like it would take you 5 minutes or 2 minutes to give. They're not even going to do that, and so I'm stranded. You're not going to give me a jump. And then that does not cost you anything. People don't help you. They don't help me.
I don't know what state do you live in?
I live in Texas.
You live down south and they acting like that? Ooh, what happened to Southern hospitality?
So because I already know nobody's going to give me a jump, I have to plan ahead and have roadside assistance because I already know nobody's going to help me. So I would say the same thing for everybody else. You have to plan ahead. Nobody's going to help you. And
that's like a very like kind of sad way of living life. Living on, and I get it. Like I'm that same way because I'm a Black gay man. I know that at the end of the day, I can only depend on myself. But within the last, let's say, year, I have had to lean on like my mom, my siblings when I need something because life lifed. And I had to be okay with receiving help. Ask, and you most likely will receive. You may not get $10,000, but if they can do it, they will.
That's your family. That's different.
I don't know where you live, child.
Your family should help you, especially your parents. They absolutely should. Your parents owe you everything.
Some tat for tat said most people would give you a jump. Where do you live, Charlatan? Where are you living at? That's a fool.
I have been in the worst situations where nobody has ever lifted a finger for me. And I used to be so generous where I would give the shirt off my back to people. Let's say I only had $20 in my wallet. I would give them the $20 because I'm like, well, at least I got food at home. You can have my last 20. I've never had anybody be like that to me. Well, okay.
Strangers, not family, yeah.
Not strangers, exactly. Not random strangers. Somebody who I know would help me, but not a stranger.
But you're doing the same thing that they did to you. They didn't help you, so you're like, fuck, I'm not going to help nobody else. And the cycle repeats. You got to break the cycle.
No, but I feel like the difference is that my requests are reasonable.
Why do I got to be the one to break the cycle? Why do I got to be the one to be the bigger person? I know. I hate that too. I got to be the one to do everything. I'm not telling you to do it all the time, every time someone asks. Of course not. Because, bitch, we're not rich over here. But if you can, if it's a slight, because just like what I think, if someone says, oh my God, I don't have a phone. Can I use your phone? I think that's a slight inconvenience. But
why would I give a stranger my cell phone when they could steal it and they would have access to all my private information? Why would I even take that risk? And also with the whole gas thing, I mean a jump thing. I'm not even asking you for money. I'm asking you to give me a jump. So if you would not um inconvenience yourself for that, then I already know I can't ask you for money. So I already know when I need help, I
Yeah.
cannot let me
Yeah. I get
yeah,
that.
yeah, I'm an anti-natalist, so I don't believe in procreation. I think if you breed a child into hell, if you impose this burden on them, then you owe them everything. You don't just owe
No
them
shade.
until the age of 18. I think that you are obligated to give everything you have. What
Hmm.
like if you're going to die, you don't get the right to disinherit your children. You don't do that, especially when they're here because of you. So legally, you're only obligated to take care of them until 18, but morally,
It's
you are obligated to take care of them or do the best you can to help them for the rest of your life because you didn't just create a child, you created a complete human being who
right.
exists because of you.
I agree. I agree.
And I'm yeah, because my I got partly disinherited from my father. So
Hmm.
it's because why? Because he couldn't control me because I didn't put up with his abuse.
Hmm. But that's what, and I have daddy. Well, I had daddy issues too. I understand the. I had daddy issues, and I'm like, ooh, but I wanted to break the cycle. Some no tea, no shade. Sometimes with certain things you say, it seems like you want to. I like it's giving hurt people hurt people. No one did shit for me, so I'm not doing shit for nobody else.
No, what I'm saying is, yeah, well, maybe you're right. I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm not going to help everybody else because those resources could be used on me. So when I don't have that 20, you know what? I stashed that $20 in my drawer somewhere. So
Hmm.
now I still have that to help myself because I can't ask anybody else. So I'm going to save that $20 for my rainy day. And then that way I don't have to ask anybody for shit.
No, I get that, but that's not living. That's not. Do you want to survive or do you want to thrive? And I know as
I
black
don't even
people,
want to. You are you me to answer that question?
no, I do not.
I know you don't want me to
No,
answer
I do
that
not.
question.
But I mean, as we're here, we're here. Okay, we're here. We're not going nowhere. So at the moment, as I'm saying, if you have it, if you don't have it, that is fine. Move on. And if they huff and puff, oh well, that's fine. But if you have it, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't sound like you don't have it. It sounds like I'm not giving it to you because no one gave it to me.
I resent even being asked.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it gives resentment, and that's fine. Resentment is normal. It's not a bad thing because people do things to you. But my whole thing is like, are, are you starving? If you're starving, then no. But if you're not starving, you got food at home, and you got a man that can come cook for you, or whatever it is, and your mom and dad can come give you some groceries. Give them, give that lady
Why,
$15, girl.
well, the
That
reason why is because I guess it took me years to learn how to say no, and it's been many times that people have talked me into doing things and giving things away that I didn't really want to because they're manipulative and they will play on your guilt. I've
mm-hmm.
had cousins, oh, I can I borrow this money? I'll pay you back, and then you give it to them, they don't pay you back, and I would always feel guilty because I would think about their situation as opposed to thinking about mine. So I don't do that anymore. I put myself first because I spent so many years being sucked into other people's personal hardships. I'm not doing that anymore. My situation comes first. If I want to help you, no, I'm not a stranger. I'll help somebody who I have a relationship with. Why? Because it's not that I'm necessarily expecting a quid pro quo, but if I needed help, that person would probably help me. So it's not a complete waste. If I give to a complete stranger on the street, who I will never see again, that is a complete loss. That is a sunken cost right there. I will never see that person again. If I needed help, I cannot ask that person, and nobody's going to help me. I already know that. All people do is
Okay.
exploit. All they do is take, take, take. They never give.
I get that. That's why you have to have discernment. So no, if the drug dealer down the street thinks that you owe him a bed to sleep in, then it's okay for you to be like, no. That's like, and you're not a bad person for being like, no, go to this. I don't know. That's not, but like it's like that's okay. Like you have discernment. Every time you go to the grocery store and the same lady is asking you for $10 every single time, you can tell her, I don't have it to this time. Sorry, ma'am, and move about your day. You're
Right.
not going to hell if you tell people no.
What people don't realize is how many times you are asked for money just on a regular basis. So on a daily basis, if 5 people ask me for money, if I gave each of them $20, um, yeah,
What?
it's like
So you have people asking you for money all day, every day.
all the time, and if it's not money, they're asking me for a favor, they're asking me for something, and nobody ever offers to give this. Oh, give me, give me, give me. Can I have some? I'm tired. I'm tired of this shit. It's annoying,
I
and that's
get
the
it.
reason I resent being asked.
Yeah. But the best thing you could just say is no. I mean, you don't gotta cuss them out and yell and scream and just say no. I don't got it today and keep on
No,
walking.
they don't take they're going to try to keep talking and think they're going to convince you to change your mind.
No, me.
And then
It's
they'll call you selfish. Why are
oh
you so
well.
stingy? I am stingy. I'm not. I don't, why don't you share? No. And then if they don't give, they'll take it. So for example, if you let's say you bring some sodas to work because that's what you like, right? You brought some Dr. Pepper and they showed up empty-handed. Well, they see you got a whole 6-pack of Dr. Pepper and they don't okay, well, you got 6 of them. Let me just no. I brought that 6-pack for me so that if I don't drink it today, I'll have something tomorrow. It's not for me you to you showed up empty-handed. It's not yours. And if you drink it, then I don't have anything to drink. So no, you can't have it because
That's so. But
they do
that's
that
so.
shit on purpose.
But that's so I don't know. Maybe I just grew up differently than you. Like that's so minute. That's
They
so
do that shit
small.
on purpose. They're always going to show up empty-handed, asking you for shit.
Yeah,
They
but
never
that's
offer you
so.
anything.
But that's so minute. Like
It's not my okay. The maybe the cost of the Dr. Pepper is
like
minute,
come on.
but the inconvenience of you going to the grocery store and buying it, that's the reason why they showed up empty-handed because they didn't want to do it. So if
Well,
you
I
give
do
it to
think
them, then you don't have anything to drink and your whole fucking day goes to shit because you're sitting there thirsty while they just enjoy the Dr. Pepper. They didn't have to, or they're going to go to a vending machine. So they're going to go to a vending machine and spend $4 for Dr. Pepper because they're too lazy to go to Walmart. And then they expect you to share with them. And then if you share with one of them, then you have to buy it for the entire fucking office. And now it's your responsibility to feed and provide drinks to everybody.
wow. Well, I mean, like, yeah. So, but okay, but this is why and maybe you might be like, that's too much. Just take my no. But this is like, get yourself maybe a little refrigerator, put it underneath your desk, and then you don't gotta worry about that. You just put it, and you don't gotta worry about it. Just take one as you go. Put one in your lunch bag. There's coolers out here. There's freeze bags. Put them in your little lunch bag that has the little ice thing, and when you'll be good. Like there's ways to do it without being so it's the
I
Grinch.
just don't understand why people are always begging for shit. Like, get your own shit. It's annoying as hell.
I do.
I don't beg, so I don't see if I was going to ask, I would have to be extremely desperate. It wouldn't be for something that was just, oh, I just want it. So can I have no, I would never do that. What I do is I wait for people to offer. That's what I do. So if you're having a birthday, you have a birthday cake, or people will usually offer me because they whatever. I work down the office down the
Mhm.
hall. Do you want some birthday cake? And I'll say thank you, right? And then if I then I that's what I don't ask people for shit. That's different.
But do you not ask people for shit because you don't feel like they'll give it to you, or is that what it
Because
is?
I don't want to make them feel uncomfortable. If they don't want to do, a lot of times people don't want to do it and they say no just because they feel guilty and you make them feel uncomfortable.
You mean they say yes? Yeah,
Well, they say yes, but
yeah. Well, I mean,
secretly they want to say no.
yeah, I get it. So it's like, well, it sounds like, well, I don't want people asking me because I know I'm gonna say no, so I'm not gonna ask other people because they might feel the same way. That's fine.
Well,
I mean,
and I
that's
think it's rude. I think it's rude.
you do
I
to,
think it's extremely rude
to
that
ask.
if I go, I'm not in. So, for example, if I go to Walmart, I'm going to Walmart to buy groceries for myself. I'm not going to Walmart to give you gas money to get home. That's not why I'm there. Why I think it's extremely rude for you to use that as an opportunity to beg for money. I'm not there for that. Why didn't you ask your damn? Okay, if you're asking me, a complete stranger, and you're not asking your family, that says a lot about your character. That means that you have already burned so many bridges that you can't ask the people who you actually know, that you have to go ask a stranger, which means that you're a user.
Not necessarily. You don't know people's story. They may not have family. Family might be dead, estranged. You don't
You
know.
don't have any friends. If you've gone through all those people and you don't have anybody to ask, that means you have burned a lot of bridges.
True, but that doesn't mean that does not. It could be they could have broke a lot of bridges, or just like a lot of people don't are not friendly, like yourself. you know, they made people. Everybody goes through stuff. Everybody doesn't have a gaggle of people to lean on. So unfortunately, they have to ask for the kindness of strangers.
Well, what it also means is that they have never done anything for anybody else. So, because they have never done anything for anybody else, they don't have anybody to ask to return a favor. So, all they do is take, take,
Yeah.
take, take. And when
Well,
they look
yes,
around,
but that's why we don't allow them to take. Like it's okay for you to say no. I'm not giving you this.
but
And
why would a stranger be asking you anyway?
well, I don't know. I don't know where. I don't know. You must be living. Are you on Mars? Are you on planet Earth? Because I mean, strangers ask for things all the time. I get asked stuff. Oh, you have money? I don't ask. I don't. I never got asked for a ride, but I've been asked. Oh, do you have any money? Sometimes I have it. Sometimes I don't. I don't usually carry cash, so most of the time it's a no. But if I have money and I have a couple dollars in this glove department, here you go. It's nothing. It's water off my back. I'll get it
Okay.
back.
People need to know that it is okay to say no, that they're not being a people don't know that. A lot of people feel guilty. People have been told that they're selfish,
Mm-hmm.
that they have to give to everybody, that there needs to come. I had to learn this stuff, right? Because that's the way my parents raised me. I had to put, well, especially my mom, I had to put her first. I had to put everybody else first. I didn't matter.
Right.
What I wanted, how I felt never mattered. Um, and it was Ayn Rand, which I know whatever, people don't know who she is because she was big in the 60s through the 80s. But
Mm-hmm.
Ayn Rand had this whole philosophy of objectivism and rational. No, it's called ethical egoism,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a philosophy based on selfishness, rational self. Like you only do what is in your rational self interest. It's
Right.
not like you go around hurting people and exploiting people, but
Right.
you don't sacrifice
Yeah.
yourself for anybody. You don't,
Right.
if it's going to cause you an inconvenience, you don't do it.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
but nobody ever told me that. As a Christian, I was
I
always
learned
raised to put everybody else first.
Oh no. I was raised to help people, but I don't put people at I was raised to help people if I can, if I have it, if I have the resources to do so. But I wasn't raised to be a martyr. Mm-mm. My black ass daddy did not raise me to stretch myself thin. And it's funny because my father, you know how black parents are. Do as I tell you, not as I do. No shade. Because my father was the man that was being abused by the church, by the community. And, oh, can I get a ride here? Can I get a ride here? No gas money, no nothing. But he said, do what I do as I say, not as I do. So I learned what not to do, what not to be a martyr, not to be used, not to be sucked dry and thrown to the side by the community members of people, because that's what my father was. But I also learned that there's nothing wrong with giving people a ride. There's nothing wrong with exchange it. Oh, you want something? Okay, go. Or you want to watch? Can you watch?
Mm-mm.
My name is Andy. Can you watch Andy for a couple hours? Okay, girl. Oh, girl. Well, okay. I can watch Andy for a couple hours. Can you grab me to the corner store? Sure, I got you to the corner store. Oh, you want some food
No.
stamps? It's a give and take. But I get what you're saying, because I used to have that issue with my father. My father, he had a lot of issues, but one thing that he did do, he gave a lot to the community that he did not always get back. Sometimes here and there he would get back when it came to me, but like when it came to himself as a grown ass man, he did not get a lot back. And he didn't have resentment, but as me and my sister, we used to feel like, damn, this how the world is. This how people treat people. People, you out here giving people rides, you putting gas in people's car, you taking people to mark. Oh, you going to Market Basket? Oh, let me go to Market. Can you take me with you too? My father not charging nobody. My father not. Oh, I need 50. No, we live in a 7 apartment complex. Sure, you can come, but then that's not being exchanged. So I understand. I understand about people using and abusing, but one thing I will say that my father never became bitter.
What I would say is that when I was giving people rides, it would always be a complaint because the air conditioner wasn't cold enough. They didn't like the music. Then they wanted me to take them to McDonald's, and then
You got a
um,
complaint for everything. Damn,
and
girl.
then can I pick up their cousin on their way? Like it would always be some extra shit, and it's just like no, you know what? I'm just going to say no because I already know this simple request is not as simple as you're asking me. It's not just give you a ride home. You're going to ask me for 3 other things.
I'm sorry. Well, yes. So, but oh my goodness, do you live in the hood? Because this is giving real hood, honey.
Well, currently I actually am in the hood. I
Okay.
didn't always live in the hood, but um I don't think this started when I lived in the hood. Um yeah, I think it got worse. I
But
can't even go to
this
the
is
damn
very
gas
hood.
station without 6 people asking me for money.
This is I don't know, girl. I don't know where you live, because this is a fool. So none of this is hyperbole. This is all fact.
No, I'm not
That
exaggerating at all.
that's a fool. 6 people ask you for gas money. I get why you so get up. I guess I would be get out my face too. I don't want to talk to none of you hoes,
And then
because
I try to ignore them and they'll start banging on my window.
what?
Yes.
You live at have you heard of do you know Cynthia? You know Cynthia that be on YouTube, the black lady, light skinned black lady that be going after the black men.
Don't even
You know what she's
listen,
she
listen.
calls she calls
I'm trying not to drill again.
she
She
calls it
threw some shade
Blackistan.
at me. I'm not going to talk about her right now.
Oh, she threw her. Y'all got beef. What?
You didn't see
I know
mm,
y'all have beef.
look at
I did
listen to
see a
my last
video. I
listen
did
to
see a video
listen
the
to
other
live
day.
streams back and you'll see what the beef was about.
Well,
But
I
I'm not
did
going to speak
see.
ill of her because I'm
Wait,
not
wait. I
trying to
did see
dredge up.
wait. Because I when you were talking earlier, you weren't looking at the comments. I was like going through your stuff, because I realized you using a new platform, Restream. You used to use StreamYard, so I was like, well, maybe he can't see the comments on here. But I said I hit the gay men can't be bandits, synthetic and pathetic. Girl, you was reading. I was like, well, you
Who do
was
you
like,
think I was talking about?
I didn't know. I didn't know because I came back here to listen to you. But when I saw that was, I don't know, but I'm assuming that's a little Cynthia. That's a fool. That was a week. That was a month ago. But no, you don't have to talk about her, because she's a fool as well. She's delusional sometimes too. I live for her, but she's delusional too sometimes. But she always says Blackistan, and Afghanistan, Blackistan, and sometimes you give Blackistan where you live. They give Blackistan. They don't. They. It's a hood, baby. We in the hood. We in the hood today.
Okay, let me just say that this to wrap this whole with this whole thing up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to elevate myself, meaning I'm trying to have a business. I'm trying to, get to a level where I can be self-sufficient and maybe help other people, right?
Right.
And then in the meantime, while I'm trying to get to the next level, not just for myself, but to help other people, I have all these people trying to nickel and dime me, and I find it very annoying because you're not going to help me to do this. You're not going to do shit. You're just asking me for money. And it's like every little $20 you're asking me is really taken away from me being able to do what I need to do. Why do you think you deserve it? It's so rude and so like, and it's such an entitlement.
Right. I agree. I agree. That's why it's okay to say no. But it seems like you don't want to be judged a certain way for saying no. But you can't stop people's judgment. People are gonna they judge Jesus, honey. You're gonna have to kind of like move past that and just stay. I'm not doing it. It's not changing over. What did
Are,
Nene say? It's not changing over here.
are you part of the? I mean, you're in the gay world. You know how
Mhm.
common it is for people to beg for shit. I mean,
I know
this
how
is
the
not even
gays.
just a poverty thing. You go on
I know how the gays.
Grinder,
I know how the gays be. I've had niggas. I'm the bottom, and you want me to pick you up? What are
right?
you?
And they're not even necessarily gay. A lot of these guys are straight who come to the gay community
Ah, well,
to.
no. I don't do the DLs. That shit just sailed. But
Well, they're only interested in us because they want money for, or what they want us to
yeah,
do shit for them.
I
So
take no tea, no shade, and I don't mean this in no way. But the people that ask for the most are the niggas. No shade. The white men don't ask me for shit. But
that's
these
what I'm
niggas,
talking about. So
oh,
when you're and then they don't tell you up front, they'll say, "Oh, let's go do this and go do that," and then when you meet them, "Oh, can I get $20?" Like, what the fuck? I mean, this was this a setup?
yes, I live. I mean, I've had men. I've done some stupid stuff for some dick, but I've had men like, oh, can I get gas money? And I'm like, bitch, I'm the bottom. I'm the princess. What are we doing here?
It's a role reversal. I read about that in my book too.
Like, what is going on? I gotta come pick you up. What did they do that at? Usually, you're supposed to come pick me up. But but some, and then they have the nerve to be like, oh, well, you're not a woman, and I'm like, I gotta be because I'm not. I gotta be fish for you to fucking treat me like respect. That's a fool. But see,
Well,
they
but then
know
the
they have.
other side is that they don't want you to be a gold digger, and I'm like,
There's no gold to dig
I'm
for,
not
so
a
don't worry
gold
about it.
digger, but I don't, but you can't have my, so it goes both ways. I'm not giving you money, but you can't have mine. So I'm not judging you based on the fact that you're broke. Just don't ask me for shit.
Yes, but no, they want. I've had men ask me to pick them up. I think I've picked up maybe 3 or 4 men in my life, my lifetime. I don't pick up niggas. I stop. I'm like, I'm not cleaning I'm not getting myself ready, and then I gotta come pick you up. What are they
Right.
doing
That's the
that?
part they don't take into account. That you have to put in all this prep work and they don't even, they don't, I mean,
I do it.
I don't host anymore, by the way. I
Oh,
don't,
you don't?
I don't because of that.
I love hosting. I think
No,
hosting
because
is a
they'll get
privilege.
comfortable and then I don't want
Host.
anybody showing up. So if you
Wait,
can't host,
do
that's the
you?
bare minimum. You have to be able to host because if you have your own place, then that means that you are at least.
Well, wait, but see, you can't add. You can't have them have an expectation that you have your own place and you're not hosting. So why do they have to host? That's a double standard.
um because I'm not going to take advantage of it. I don't just show up, and if they don't want to host, they don't have to. But
Okay.
I don't. When okay, the difference is I leave. I'm not trying to hang out. I'm not trying to make myself there. That's what they do.
They try to. They be. They call them hobosexuals. You know, they be trying to
And
move
they're
in.
the top. So I'm the bottom. You're. I think you should host because you can't
No
dominate.
shade. No shade. But it's like it is a lot of reverse. I'm supposed to. It's like the openly gay, flamboyant man has to go. Even like the niggas that are open, like I deal with more masculine men. They're open. They're not in DL, but like I gotta go pick you up. Oh, I'm like you don't got no Uber. I don't got no money. I don't got. It's like it's pulling teeth for a 20-minute session.
And what? Yeah, but they'll and then they try to uh parlay that into, can you get me some cigarettes and can you get me a beer? Can you drive
I
me to
know.
my auntie's house?
I
It's
ain't never.
like I'm not doing all that
I ain't
shit. What the
never.
fuck?
I ain't never had all that, girl. You really dealing with some pookies and Ray Rays.
No, I don't. I'm saying I don't. do that now
Oh,
because
okay.
I already realized the okie doke that
Yeah.
they'll tell you that you're meeting for this one purpose, and
Right.
then it becomes something completely different.
Yeah. No, I agree. I used to when I was younger, because I'm 27 now. When I was younger, I used to like when anytime a man was like, "Oh, I want to come through," I used to hop up out of bed, get myself ready, do what I need to do. Not 80% of the time, flake, ghosted, blocked. I would be so mad. So nowadays, like when I'm not dating, actually dating people, and I'm single, if I, I do not lift my foot off this bed before a thorough conversation about what's going on, what time you will be here, what you are looking for, how you will be getting here. I don't move no more. I used to hop out of bed, leap out of the bed. But now, I would waste my time. I would be so mad. I did all this work, got myself cleaned up just for you to ghost me?
I
Just
could
for you to. No.
I could give you a tip for that, but I think that would probably be vulgar, so I'm gonna leave that one alone.
What's the vote? What, cuss them out or something? Or what? Douche them? Like, what?
No, you need to have a plan B. Like, okay,
I've had plenty of plan Bs. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, when I was
like
single.
basically you need to be setting it up that
Yes, just
okay,
in case. Yes.
I'm
I know
meeting
what you're
this
talking
one at 8 o'clock, and I'm meeting that other one at 8 o'clock too. And whichever one falls through, then
Yes, 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 girl. Okay, girl. Yes, you gotta have a plan B. I get it. I've had that. I've had a couple plan Bs, but like those are relatively newer. Well, this is when I was young, like a baby gay, and cause I was just so eager to be picked. And, oh, a man wants to come over at this time of night. Oh, I'm just motherfucking Beyonce. And then they would ghost me, or they would fall asleep, or because men are sometimes. I'm like, I'm like, oh, if I was a straight woman, my life would be so much easier. But this is the gay stuff that we have to deal with, you know. No,
right, and then they'll hit you up the next day talking about, can you? No, I'm at work. What are you talking about?
right? I'm at work. Oh, you can't come. No, because I'm not. I'm not. No, I'm not doing anything. Last time you wasted my time, and that's one of the things I hate. Like you seems like you hate your money being spent or taken. I hate my time being wasted. That is my biggest pet peeve. Do not waste my time, please.
Yeah, they I don't know what's wrong with them. These tops, they don't seem to understand the prep that goes into it. They just
They
think
they don't. They don't get it. They
you
come
can
on
just pop over, and then you're supposed to just be completely spring
submissive.
clean. Like, what are you talking about? You have the same anatomy that I have.
Thank you. And I
Don't
need
you
to.
realize what go?
I need to clean out. Like I've had niggas. Oh, can you? Oh, let me come through, bitch. I wasn't really planning on taking dick today, bitch. I guess I got through eating Chipotle. Like you got to give me some time.
Right,
Like,
and then like then they, I don't know who's still listening, but like, and then they, when it comes to oral, they just want to ram it down your throat, not like, and then if you, it's like
that's
you're trying to stop them because you already know you're going to throw up, and then they want to keep going, and then if you throw up on, they want, like, are you fucking retarded?
oh
Like,
no, I don't. Well, no tea, no shit. I don't have no problems in that department, honey. Okay, no gag reflex over here.
well, but that comes with preparation, meaning if you know you're going to be doing that, you didn't eat or you drank,
Right,
but
right, right.
they don't give you any type of notice. They think you're supposed to just be ready at all times.
Yeah, very much. Wake up like I woke up like this. No, this is a process. Absolutely not. Oh, I'm supposed to just, because like sometimes, and this is the problem because I kind of set a standard for myself. Like, oh, I stay ready, so I don't have to get ready. But like, that's for the nigga that deserves it. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing all that for a nigga that I see once a month, if that. If that. I'm not doing that. Like, no. I'm not picking you up. I'm not Ubering. Oh, sometimes they're like, can you go half on the Uber? Because I'm such a Christian girl, I'll be like, fine, I'll do half the Uber. But I think that's ghetto too. I stopped doing that too. I'm not Uber. I'm not doing no Uber. Bitch, we're both having sex, girl. Like, the fuck? And you're the top. What are we doing here?
Right. They put all the responsibility on you. You got to host, you got to be completely prepped.
Drive, pick you up, and drop you off, bitch? You must be crazy. Like, must be crazy. I said, I'm not doing it. Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. You got to have some type of screening, and that's what for me,
Yeah,
I draw the line. You have to host
yeah.
because that eliminates so many problems.
Okay.
If they can host, usually they're not going to be asking me for money. They're not
Yeah.
going to be all this fuck shit. It's going to
But
be.
hosting. I don't know. As a gay boy, that's very. I've gone to niggas' houses before, but for some reason, I prefer for them to come here because it's my domain. Like their domain, I don't know who's there. I don't know what's there. I don't know what. I don't know. Like God, it could be very much very Jeffrey Dahmer. So I kind of I get very wary about going to niggas' houses. I do like doing it because going to niggas' houses is nice because I don't have to do all the. I just have to clean myself. I don't have to clean and put stuff up. I can just clean myself out and go. When you host, you have to make sure your house is decent, smell good, bed made, all that extra stuff. So I like being able to just get up and go to a nigga's house, but that's a risk because I never had any issues, but I've heard of some horror stories
But
about hosting.
but they could do more to you in your house and in their house because you know where they live. If they're in your house,
Oh,
they could just
but
rob you or whatever and leave. And
but it's so funny because so can I. But I think because people assume I'm a bottom, I'm feminine. Like, oh, there's no I've had men don't these types don't ask no questions. Like they don't ask no security questions. They don't ask. Sometimes they don't even want to know what you look like. I'm like, what are we doing here? Are we just gonna meet up? Like I need to know what you look like. They don't a top that don't ask me no questions is dangerous for me because you don't know me from a hole in a wall, and you think because I have a purse and I have long hair that I can't fuck you up. That's weird to me. So I have a lot of no's. I have a lot of boundaries that I don't move past no more, and that stopped me a lot from finding having hookups because also the catfishing. I don't know about you, but I get a lot of catfishes. A lot.
and okay, but even with catfishing, it's easier to leave when you go to their place versus when they come to your place. They're it's not like they're just going to automatically leave. Or how do you
Well,
can
I live in an apartment, so I go I have I'm on the third floor. On the second floor there's a big old window where you can see people walking to the door. So I just see them walking to the door, and 9 times out of 10 they look like what they look like. And then if I feel and then I meet them downstairs and I can see them before I open the door. So I don't so I can see the people that come before they even get inside my apartment building. That's just me though. I don't know about you. You seem like you have a house, and but you can't look at the ring camera. I know you got a ring or something.
no, but I don't even want them coming up to my door because it's like I said, my house is not gated. Um,
Damn, you so paranoid. Oh my
it's
god.
not that I'm paranoid. I've had stuff happen. I've had people
Oh
just show
yeah.
up, and then I also have that damn stalker down the street. That damn drug dealer has been stalking me since I've been here.
Is he
So
gay? Or does he like you?
of course he's not going to say it. So he doesn't talk to me when he sees me outside, but he'll just keep
Uh,
on ringing my doorbell because
yeah.
what he just gets to
Well, oh hell no, I would have called.
come in without any kind of conversation whatsoever.
But no tea, no shade. The drug dealers, they do have They do have some good dick. No shade.
No, it's not worth it. You're going like I
I
said, you're
know
gonna have to
it.
have your own place.
It's not
You're
worth
not
it.
coming to my place for that.
Okay, so the men that do have their own place, how does that work out for you?
What do you mean?
The experience, is it the complete opposite of as the men that come over to your place? Do they host do they host well? Is it perfect when they host? Or
I don't even care how perfect. Like to me, that's the baseline. You need to have your own place.
no, I'm saying I understand that they need to have their own place. So I'm like, the experience, how is that experience of your experience going to other men's houses? Do you like it? Do you hate it? Do you what's the bad, the good, the ugly?
The good is they're not coming to my place, and I get to maintain my privacy.
Hmm.
The I don't see any. I mean, I guess the bad is you got to drive to them, and I don't know, maybe it's inconvenient, slightly
Yeah.
inconvenient, but it's better than them coming to your place.
Really? That's so interesting. Me and you think so different. I think it's. I love being. I don't have to leave this house. I like being at home. I'm a homie. I'm a homebody. I don't have to leave the house. They can come to me. I like to be in my own space where I know where everything is at. Because when you go into another man's house, you don't know what's what. You could have someone. Someone can be underneath the bed for all I know. He can have knives hiding, guns. Ugh. I never forget. I had a guy come here. And he had a gun. Pulled that shit right out, not on me. He pulled that shit right out and put it on my dresser. I said, "Are you serious?"
Yeah,
I
that
said, "Oh
I
no."
don't care about that at all.
I said, "Oh hell no."
Like,
I,
yeah, gun. Even if you were to pull a gun and hold it to my head, I've had it happen, and I don't feel fit.
wait, wait. That wouldn't you wouldn't be gagging?
No, I don't care about that.
Oh, bitch, please. I was. I mean, he didn't pull it out on me. He just took it out of his pocket. But I was gagging. I was like, "What the fuck did I get myself into?" He was a real hood nigga, girl. I'm like, "Why do you have a gun?" He's like, "Oh, I don't. I just don't know. You just never know these days." I said, "I guess." I'm like, "Little old me."
I
Shit.
got one too, but I mean, I'm not going to pull it out.
Oh, you do? Oh, I don't. Oh, girl. Oh, y'all in the south. That's what. Oh, yeah. Y'all some real southy girls. Oh no, I don't got no guns. That was me.
Um,
That
yeah,
was.
you I actually need to get more before they go off the shelves because guns are in high demand.
Well, if you have guns, then if people are like, if people are extending your stay at your house, all you gotta do is just let them know, honey, I do have a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it. No shade.
No, it's just that I want to be private. I don't want people. I don't. I want. I my peace is important to me.
You're
I
very.
don't
I
want to
can
be
tell you.
disturbed. I don't want any of that. I don't
You are
want any
very
drama.
private
Outside is fine, but not at my house. I don't want people coming to my house.
at all. Wow. Okay. All right. That's so different. I mean, I get it. People have different preferences. Yeah, I just live for a man to come up in here. Yes.
I mean, here's the thing. So if I would have conflict with somebody, right,
Fight.
um, I can't cuss them out and do all that other stuff that I want to do because they could retaliate and slash my tires or throw a brick through my window or do whatever they want to do. I'm completely vulnerable because I'm here and they have access to it. Again, I'm in a house. I I don't even want to put myself in that situation. I want to go to their house because I'm not going to do anything. If it's over, it's over. I'm not going to cause any problems. I'm not going to just show up. These
Yeah.
these dudes are unpredictable.
But it seems like, and it's no judgment, but the type of dudes that you be messing with, girl, a fool. Like breaking dishes and it's giving I bust the windows out your car.
No, okay, it's not even a guy. So this guy, this drug. I haven't dealt with him.
So
I'm
you
still
have
being stalked.
yeah, that's
I didn't bring that on myself.
right. But why haven't you called the police?
I already have called the police. They don't do anything.
Oh my god. It's time for you to move. No shade.
I have a mortgage. I can't move. That's the point.
Oh, you have a mortgage. Oh, you can sell your house. Shit. Sell that house. Cause girl, it's giving hood. It's giving hood booger. It's giving Blackistan, honey.
I mean, the whole thing, if it wasn't for him, this is a nice house. It's not in the best neighborhood, but I like my yard. I mean, I put a lot of work into my
Yeah.
yard to get it real nice. It was when I first moved there, it was covered in weeds, and now it's just like immaculate. I get all these compliments.
Yeah.
Um, I don't want to. It took me years to get my. Well, I've been here since 2020. So it took me a long time to get my yard the way that it looks. And I don't it's like that's the whole point of me getting a house and not living in an apartment. When I
Yeah.
lived in an apartment or a townhouse, I had to keep all my plants in pots and pack them and I would lose them and have to start over from scratch.
Yeah.
Um, it takes a long time to get your yard the way that you want it to look.
I get it. No, I get it. So you don't want no. I get it. You don't want no destruction, no issues. I get that.
I would like to get rid of him, but I don't. I mean, he's
But
the
what
only
if
problem.
He lives around. Does he live next to you?
He lives 2 houses down the street from me.
Well, no tea, no shade. How did he become so comfortable? Him showing up to your house, asking for rooms to stay. Hmm.
I don't know
Were you
because
two? Were you two fucking?
no, that never happened. Just because he came outside a few times with his shirt off and he caught me looking at him, and then I
Ah.
guess that meant he had carte blanche to come over to my house. Like, no, that's not what that means.
Oh my goodness. You need
But
to.
I regret now. I don't even look. I don't
You
even
need to.
pay him any attention because I already know.
You
I'm
need
not
to live.
sending any more mixed messages.
You need to live a little. You so wound up. You so wound up,
No,
girl.
this guy has done all kind of stuff. I don't know why he would think I would be
Yeah.
interested. He splashed my water hoses like
What?
3 times. He's um he's
I
gone through
said
my mail. I can't even have my packages delivered to my house anymore because of him. Um, I know I now
he,
have
he
cameras
needs
everywhere,
he
but I
needs
know
to
he's
be
broken
he needs
into
to
my
be
car.
he needs to
Huh?
be in jail. He needs to be in jail. I don't know how he's not in jail, but I don't know what you're doing wrong, but he needs to be in jail somewhere.
Well, these criminals are really good at not getting caught.
Oh, are they?
Well, I
Is
mean,
it
if you've been in
is,
jail so many times, I mean, I don't know, some kind of way he's avoiding. I mean, I got cameras, but there's blind spots, and I feel like he's,
so do you know it's him?
huh?
No, I'm saying, do you know that it's a him 100%? Like, have you seen
No,
him in it?
it's him because he was doing it the whole time. And how I know, the day that I put the cameras in, as soon as he saw me, he looked away because he knew I put those cameras in because of him. And then,
That's a fool.
yeah,
That's a fool. That's weird, girl. He's obsessed with you. That's giving stalker.
and he was screaming. I mean, usually he just rings and leaves, but one day he was screaming outside, and I'm like,
Is
he
he
was
like
trying to, yeah,
mentally ill?
there's something wrong with him. I don't.
Yeah, you need to get a restraining order, girl. I don't know what's going on. You definitely need to get a
Well, now that I know that he's afraid of dogs, I'm thinking about getting. There
go
was
get
there
him.
was a stray dog, and I don't even like dogs, but when that dog came, he was just running and jumping like a little bitch. I'm like, you don't do that to a dog. That's going to make the dog come after you even more. Like,
Is he older than you or younger?
I mean, we're about the same age, but I'm assuming he's probably a little bit younger.
What is he? What you got in your 30s, right? I'm assuming.
I don't know his exact age because whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a fool. That is a fool. Well, I mean, the only thing you could do is just catch him in the act, girl, and hopefully you can get that restraining order. Cause that's a fool. I would have then had a restraining order on him. He over here breaking your tires,
I
and
gotta catch him. Or
no,
I
you
can
don't
lie
catch
and say that I saw him, but
him. He
the
probably
cops don't believe me. They think that I'm making it up.
no, they do. Well, no tea, no shade. You do give a little, cuckoo for cocoa puffs. No shade. I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's a fool. So yeah, until that's settled, I guess I wouldn't have no man over because he seems like if he knew you had company, he probably would fuck up their shit too, and you really be mad. So
No, I almost feel like I need to have a big old. No, it wouldn't even have to be a black. It would have to be a white dude. If I bought a big old white dude, he
you
would
think
be.
so?
He wouldn't even be afraid of the black. He'd be scared of a white dude, and he would be jealous as hell because then he
Really?
would think that I wasn't into black dudes, and
Oh, you know how yeah,
like I was one
yeah,
of those Sadiddy,
yeah, I know. Yeah, oh, you too good for a nigga. But if his representation is what a black man is, I wouldn't want it either. You over here slashing my tires, stealing, looking through my mail, doing ding dong ditch at your big ass age, girl. Please, that's not that's not a quality black man at all. No shade.
No, no. I mean, the only thing he has gone on are his looks, but everything else is trash.
Mm,
It's
well,
not. It's not worth it. It's. I mean, I can get Jews that look better than him without having to deal with all the drama.
so are you more into? Are you? I'm into black men. I've never dated or even touched a white man. How about
By
you?
the By the way, that's what she was throwing shade at me about because she thinks that I had sex with a white man. That's why.
Is that true?
That's what the whole beef was. No, because she thinks that everybody who's not black is white. It's like you're either black or white, and
Right. You know Cynthia.
like
She
I'm
don't.
not. I'm not saying the person's name. I'm not
Oh, sorry. She.
because she'll. I'm not listening to her anymore. But yeah,
She's cool, but but she's kind of like on a little island on her own now, because like she's kind of she got into it with Chrissy years ago. She got into it with everybody. She's kind of like her own island on her own. But she's entertaining. She's definitely entertaining. I'll give her that. But she's a little conspiracy theorist too.
well, I paid her a compliment. And then
Uh,
she decided to attack me. And
and
I apologized.
she don't really like the gays too much. Like she doesn't hate the gays, but like she doesn't like the gays either.
She doesn't like well. She doesn't like anybody who's not going to worship her and give her money. So because she's a woman and she can't, I'm not going to sit here and talk. I'm not going to stop. I roasted. I did that roast. I'm not going to talk about her anymore.
That's a key.
It
But
is what it
okay,
is.
so that's why. Oh well, I don't think there's nothing wrong with dating outside your race. I mean, that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. Now, I do think that if you once you start talking about white men this and white men that and all these things, that's when it does give an anti-black sect. But if you just dating out, trying new things, I don't think there's anything wrong with that per se. I'm not interested in dating a white man. He would have to be the Brad. He had to give me like a Brad Pitt. She had to be the most beautiful white man because white men just don't do it for me personally. But I don't
I
have a
mean,
problem with other people do it.
but that's what I said. I prefer black men. But
Yeah, me
I
too.
mean, here's the thing.
Me
Some,
too. But
I'm not going to go there because I don't even
it's hard.
know.
It's hard out here. It's hard. I get it, girl.
It's almost like I feel like when it comes to gay men, you can talk honestly just because gay men already understand. But when you're in mixed company and you talk about what goes on in the gay community, I
They
feel
take
like
yeah, they take it.
I don't give a shit about what you think. You're not a gay man. Why would I give a shit? Like I'm not having sex with you. I don't care about
Yeah,
your opinion. Whether you think I'm attractive. No, like she called
yeah.
me a bald headed band. Like okay, so. I
Oh,
don't.
for
So I'm
real.
supposed to
Oh,
grow my hair out so that you find me attractive. You don't even have the right genitalia.
ah,
I don't give a shit
ah,
what you think about me. Go find
wait,
some straight dude.
wait. What? You got ghetto. Yes. You was going there. Oh, she don't. They don't. They do not like the trans girls over there. So I know that hit her hard. So
It's just I don't know because she's a woman and a woman is basically God.
yeah,
Specifically, the black woman. The black woman is
it's Jesus.
what
Yeah,
the mother of the earth. So
yeah.
I'm supposed to worship her and
Girl, please.
no, no. Specifically because black women give life, and I'm like, but you do realize I'm an anti-natalist, right? I don't even
Right.
think life is a good thing. So what?
It's so funny because she's very like conservative. Well, not conservative, but she's very like out there too. Like she be telling oh, you need to have she tell black women, oh, abort black boy babies, stupid shit like that. So who is she to judge anybody? Cause she say some off the hinge stuff too. No shade,
I mean,
but
I'm not against abortion. That's the whole thing.
either
I think I think you
you want to
should
do what
not
you
have
want to do.
procreate. I think this apply to boys and girls.
Hmm.
Why are you just going to abort the boys and then the girls are going to be bred into hell?
Right. Well, because now I don't believe in misandry. I really don't. I think that's a fool. But I will say there are some women that do hate men, and she is one of them. No shade. She cannot stand men, and it gives no shade. It kind of does give undercover bulldagger. No shade.
She hates
Um,
black men specifically.
yeah, black men, and I get it because black men ain't shit. But it's one thing to critique black men and their anti-blackness. It's another thing to throw the whole race away.
Well,
I'm
but
not
then she wants to throw gay men into the mix too. What have gay men ever done to black women?
well because a lot of women, gay, black or not, they have this like, oh well, like
not only do black men like out of all the black women have to deal the pool of black men is small already because half of them don't even like them. Then the ones that do like them, they're colorist. Then they're gay. So there's a lot of factors that goes into like dating black men or the DL. So they take their
But,
anger out on
but
us.
they're not really even mad at gay men. They're actually mad at bisexual men and they're mad at transgender. But they put us all in the same category. And it's
They sure
what
do,
have gay men specifically done to black women?
girl. They took
Nothing.
girl. We took their man. We took their
They
DL.
they don't want the men that we get. I mean, they don't even realize that we're getting
I,
the same
I
man.
they do want it. I don't think. I think the fact is like we're messing up their straight fantasy. We're messing up. We're taking their man, quote unquote, away from them because the rule is once you do gay stuff, especially as a man, you can't kind of like go back to women. So once a gay boy, I guess, goes and quote unquote corrupts a straight man and brings him over to the dark side, how dare you? Stupid stuff
I,
like that.
I
Wow, that
think it's because they want to be. No, I'm
yeah,
not going to say they.
yeah,
They want to be the center of the earth. They
yeah.
want men to just worship
They
their
want to be treated like white women.
vajayjay and give them money. And because that doesn't work on us,
Yeah,
they're not going to get the protection and provision that they want.
but it's funny because gay men can offer protection. The plenty of gay men offer women protection, but I think that they want protection. They want protection in romance. But you can't. You're
But
not gonna. You can't be romantic with a gay man. That
what
doesn't work.
they want a legal obligation, meaning they want us to impregnate them, and
Oh,
then
that.
we're obligated
Oh,
to
that.
pay child
Oh, that's
support.
not happening. Oh, that's not happening.
That's not going to happen.
Not happening. Sorry, sis.
And they think that just because you're gay that you're an incel. They don't realize that. I mean, I'm sure you have. Have you received attention from women? I know. I mean, they act like we can't get women if we actually wanted them.
Well, I'm not interested in cooch. I'm a gay man. I am a bottom now. I
I'm
know
not
some.
saying that you're into women, but I'm saying if you wanted a woman, you could get one.
No, no, no.
That's a lie. Come on,
No,
it's
no,
not that hard.
no.
If you
I
okay,
mean, okay,
if
yes.
you have
In
close
in my
female friends,
lifetime, I've had women be like, "Oh, he's cute," and I'm like, "Girl, I'm gay."
right?
Yes, but like, no. Even if like I tried, now that I really, really, really fell into my femininity. Me and her would be sharing purses and dresses, girl. That would never work. No, I'm just not into women. Like I think they're beautiful creatures, but no. Even if I wanted to, I probably wouldn't even be able to. I've never penetrated anybody, and I'm not interested in penetrating anybody,
But
man,
that's
woman, or man.
but that's not the point though. So if you have a
Yeah,
close black woman as a friend
yeah.
and
I have black
she
female.
trusts you, a lot of times the lines will get blurred and then she'll
Oh
start
no.
acting like you're her man.
Oh no,
And
no, 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 no. Girl,
that's never happened to you.
I never. No, because I'm so gay. I'm so like I'm not a butch queen. I'm more of a femme queen. I'm not like a like I get like sometimes straight girls do fall in love with their little gay friends because they're like especially the butch queens because they're like they're masculine. They have like a masculine build but like a feminine characteristics. So they fall in love with like the masculinity part. I'm a butch queen. I have hair dye. I have braids dye. Well, I get soap presses. I wear purses. I get my nails. Like I'm very feminine. Most women are not like, oh, I want to date him. No, and I'm not trying to date them. So I could probably put on a performance of masculinity if I wanted to, and get the do the thug shit. But that's not me at all. No, 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 no. That's not. Still, yes, of course, I could get a woman if I tried, but like I'm not interested in women at all.
That's not what I'm talking
Yeah,
about. It doesn't matter what your mannerisms are. If you're the reliable friend who they can talk to no
yeah,
matter
yeah.
what, if
But
you're the one who helps them out when they have situations, if
yeah,
you
but
take them out to eat and pay for it,
but yeah, they like that.
they
Yes,
like that, and
yeah.
if you
But that's
wanted them, you
platonic.
could get them.
That's
But
platonic. But maybe that happened for you. Have you almost been with women? I've never been with a
I've
woman.
never been with a woman. But I'm saying I've had the opportunities.
No, yeah, no. It's platonic. It's always been platonic. I've never fallen in love with a woman. I have fallen in love with a straight man, but that's like all gay men have. No shade, but when it comes to women, it's always platonic. Women, I don't like kissing a woman, being with a woman, holding hands with a woman. It's a chop for me. I am a gay man. I like men and men only. You know,
No, I had one of my friends hop in the bed with me, butt naked,
oh,
trying to seduce me to because
oh
she
my
wanted
god.
me to impregnate her, so I would have to pay child support. And then when I rejected her, she tried to have sex with my brother.
Well, that's a fool. Is your brother gay too or no?
No, my brother is straight. And when I rejected her, she said, "Gosh, first she offered to let me fuck her up the
What?
ass." And then
Oh wow.
when I told her that I was a bottom, she said she would get a strap on. And I'm like, are you
Ah.
serious?
Oh, so she's desperate. Okay,
So
I'm
she just wasn't going to take no for an answer.
she's desperate. She was desperate. Yeah, some women are like that. Yeah, trying to go every which way to get a man. You got to do all that for a gay man. It's time for you to get up, girl. Stand up,
No,
sister.
because she thought that I was in law school and she thought that I was going to have all this money. I was going to take care of that's what she cared about. It's not like she actually
Yeah.
cared about me. And then we were friends. I would always take her out to eat. I took her to the Mariah Carey concert. I would buy her stuff. I would buy her nice gifts. And she never did shit for that's what I'm talking about. It's not like I'm saying this because I'm like bitter. Like I've been very, very generous to people in the past. And they've never she never remembered my birthday. She didn't even wish me a happy birthday. And I would buy her expensive shit. Um Even
Well,
when she got pregnant and I got her this crib and I went to her apartment. She didn't have any food, and I bought all these groceries. And then she's talking about, oh, I don't know why you bought those groceries. You should have just gave me the money, and I would have gave you. You could have used my EBT card.
EBT card.
Why would I give you money to buy groceries for your house? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
I thought you couldn't afford to buy groceries, so I was trying to do something nice for you. I didn't know you were just being lazy.
you still bought her groceries, but the point is, um,
No, she should have bought me groceries. I was the guest in her apartment, and she knew I was coming, and she
should
had
have bought
no damn
her.
food in her house.
Oh, that's a fool.
That's what I'm talking about. People are trying. After all the shit I did to her, you're going to invite me to your apartment and not have anything? No, I mean literally nothing. I'm like, what the fuck do you eat? And okay, I found out she went to her mom's house to eat. So her mom would cook, she would go fix a plate, and that would be all and she had like some baby formula, and that was it. Like who lives like that?
That's a fool.
And you got a whole EBT card and you just don't use it because you're lazy?
That's a fool. But yeah, I don't have those. My female friends are platonic. They're not trying to trap me with being their next best baby dad. No, 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 no. Now straight men, I have definitely fell in love with the straight men. I definitely have played in the straight pool and got my heart broken because I had no business dealing with no straight boy. That was a fool. Um, but yeah, no.
Okay, then I guess we can get back to the original topic. Do you think there was was there any upsides to you fall because that's what they always say. You
But
should fall in love and get it. It's like from it sounds like that was a complete disaster, right?
Well, it was a disaster because it was with a man that wasn't gay.
Okay,
Yeah,
but did he give you any mixed signal, or why did
yes,
you fell in love with him, not just a crush? I feel like there had to be something there.
he was. They called him metrosexual, very in tune with his, I guess, softer side, and I love when a man is in tune with his softer side because you don't see that a lot, especially black men. And I fell in love, and then like he was straight, and I was just like, oh god, I got
Right.
I had to learn how to like have platonic relationships with men because gay men, I know, like, okay, you're gay, I'm gay, whatever. But straight men, like, I'm not used to straight men being friendly. Usually, like back in my day, straight men were not friendly with gay boys. They were very much on a hi goodbye basis, if that. Like we going out to eat and kikiing and staying up and talking. You didn't do that just with straight men back in my day. But like as I got older, I realized that maybe it is possible for a gay man and a straight man to be cordial and friend and have a solid friendship. So I always fell for the straight gay boys. It didn't really damage my relationship because I never made the first move because the stereotype that gay boys are just trying to take all over the straight men. I made sure to stay clear of that stereotype. But I definitely fell for these. I definitely fell in love with a couple of straight men, and I had to get some therapy, and I had to get it together.
Okay.
It was a
Did
fool.
you ever have sex with them? I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
One of them, yes.
Okay, but okay, the other one you didn't have sex with, but
I
you
did
fell in
not.
love with them, right?
Yes.
Because they're trying to make it seem like there's so much damage from having sex with someone and you get your it's like no, it's
Him,
the
well, him,
other opposite. The guys who you never had sex with are the ones who hurt you the worst.
I will say I'm not gonna I'm not gonna sit here because I heard you earlier because you were talking a lot earlier about this. I can't sit here and say that sex is nothing. Now, sex can be nothing, but sex can be nothing. Like I like that. This guy, he was like the straight guy that I slept with. He when I tell you, girl, we made love, and I was like 22. I'll never forget. We made love that night, and I was like gagging. That's the first time like I slept with men before, but like him, he made love to me, and I was gagging, and then the problem was he was straight, so like we made love, but like he wasn't like romantic. It was just sexual, and I gagged because like I expected just straight men to like come out the closet and hold my hand in public and do all the romantic stuff that most couples do, gay or straight. And like he couldn't, and he didn't do all that. And I kind of freaked out, and I said, "Oh no," and I made sure never to pull that kind of stunt again. So yes, sex does complicate things. I can't sit here and say it doesn't.
But okay, but is it the actual sex or is it the other stuff, the holding the hands and staring into your eyes and all that shit?
Yes, that's intimacy. Yes,
Right,
that
but if it was just sex, do you? I mean, come on, like that
I
they're not being honest about what actually goes on. It's not the actual sex.
I well, some people are like they say that like when I have sex, not all the time, but most of the time, I make love. So what having a man make love to you and say and do all these and say all types of shit to you in your ear while he's stuffing his dick inside of you, girl. That's a lot. That's a lot. I can't sit here and say that's nothing, sister. I can't.
But it's not the sex though. It's the other stuff that you're talking about.
I mean, yes, like the talking, the kissing, all that stuff goes into it, yes, but that's a part of sex. Now,
No, it's not for me. If you just
it's
had a
not.
straight up hookup without all the extra bullshit,
No, then yes, but that's not that's not what that was. I wouldn't say that was a straight up hookup. That was a man. We had talked for a while, and the day that we decided to have sex with each other, he bitch, you would have thought, he was going, girl. If I was a woman, he would have got me pregnant. Okay, like that's the kind of. And then like I woke up from because it was clearly a fantasy. I woke up and then like he didn't ghost me, but he kind of like how straight men are. Once they get the coochie, they start acting stupid and acting like they don't know me. And I crashed out. I showed up at his house, girl. I told him I got girl. I said you got the wrong bitch, girl. I was acting a fool.
mm-mm.
And then I had to like he was straight, and I'm like after that I said no more straight men. Or if I
See, and
ever
now you see why I don't invite anybody to my house.
well, I mean you can make love at his house or your house. It doesn't really matter which house it is. No shade.
Yeah, but nobody would be showing up. I'm not showing up at his house.
Well, I was down bad, and no tea, no shade, girl. I don't know about you. You seem like you fucking lean. I do too. But
I don't give a fuck.
there's
And
there's
yeah,
there's a
I don't
couple
care.
guys. There's a couple guys that know how to put that thing down, girl. And I do kind of fall in love. Where I do get whipped. No shade. No
But
shade.
do you think it's a good thing though? Do you think it's good to fall in love? Like, does it?
I don't think it's a good or bad thing. I think it's a risk.
No,
It's a
but when you after it's all said and done, do you? Obviously, those situations didn't work out, so it couldn't have
right.
been good.
Yeah, but like I'm not gonna sit here. I would never tell nobody, oh, don't fall in love. Don't give love a chance. No,
But
I'm
that
not.
objectively, it's not working out.
It's a risk. Yes.
But
But we
but
take
why,
a
why would you?
but
What
we
is
take a
the?
lot of we take a lot of risk every day. Every day we walk outside, girl. Every day we get in the car. Every day we go to the train. Every day that we do something, we go to the store. We take a lot of risks in life.
There's benefits to those risks, though. There's not benefits to falling in love. It's
I
not rational.
I don't think that. I don't think there are some ups. There are a lot of there are a lot of downs because niggas ain't shit. But there's a lot of hope, happiness, memories.
It's a fantasy.
It can be, but I don't think it's all bad. Do I think it's all good? Hell no. Love is not all good. Love is tough. Love can be very mean and nasty. But I don't think it's all. I don't think it's like that all the time. Do you?
I think the only part that was good was the fantasy of the anticipation of what I thought things were going to be. But
Right.
the reality of it was trash. All of it was trash.
So have you? Do you think you've ever fallen in love?
Yeah, I have, but and I regret it. It was the worst experience ever.
So are you? Are you telling me you're done with romantic relationships?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't believe in that. I think it's bullshit.
So
And clearly nobody else believes in it either because they say they do, but those situations never work. It's going to last for it always has an expiration date.
um, I mean, yes, people do get divorced, people do break up, but like people also do stay together.
No, nobody does. Not in the United States, and definitely not gay men.
Mm, maybe, maybe you're right,
They'll
but
be
I'm
together
op-
for a while, for a period, but there's an expiration.
maybe you're right, but I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic.
Unless there are okay. The only potential is if it is an open relationship. A monogamous relationship, hell no. They're not staying together with just the two of them. No, they're going to get bored.
I dated men that they never. I haven't been cheated on personally that I know of. But yeah, I've been with men monogamous. I'm a monogamy girly person.
I'm talking about long term. I'm talking about 10, 20 years.
Uh,
The only long
uh,
term relationships I've ever seen were open relationships.
okay. But see, the open relationship, that's controversial. People think if you open up your relationship to that type of foolishness, you're looking for trouble. It's hard enough dealing with one person, never mind two or three, you know?
I know that's what I was talking about in the beginning of this live stream. Like they're
Yeah,
realistic about their expectations and they're being honest. So it works out.
I agree.
They're not cheating because they're being honest with each other.
Yes, but society, even in gay relationships, society says one man, one woman, one person at a time, two, three, four, five, six people. I'm not against it. I know a woman. I see she's on TikTok and Instagram. White woman. She's married with kids, and they have an open relationship. She goes on dates with men. He goes on dates with women, and them people, them comments eat her up every chance she get. Every chance they get, they don't get it. They say, Why are you married? Why? What's the point of marriage? You're
That's the
ruining
whole that is the point of marriage. It's not about romantic love. It's they're building that's what I
That's what
talked about in the
that's
beginning of this.
that's what
They're
she said.
building wealth. They're
Building
building a
family.
life together.
Well, yep. But it's not, especially because it's a woman doing it. It's not. It's not. Men have done it, and it's annoying, but we're used to it. What a woman comes out here and says, "I'm married. I have children, and I have a husband, but I also date, sleep, and talk to other men, people gag because that is taboo. That's taboo, and your husband's okay with it. And your husband not only is okay with it, he also talks, sleeps, and dates other women. Bitch, you're ruining the sanctity of quote unquote sanctity of marriage.
Because it's not romantic love. They're probably just really close friends, which is probably a better situation than, oh, I'm so in love with. No, they it's
Well,
I mean, like, look at Monique. Monique, they have that kind of relation. They have an open relationship.
do they?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know they had an over. I didn't know they had
she's
an
done
open.
interviews talking about it,
Oh, I didn't know that they had an
and
open.
she's the one who asked for it. Because she was a celebrity, she wanted to sleep with other men.
Yeah, but that's so taboo. Not that I'm against it. I live. But the society is like you can't do that. Like you can't be married to a nut man and you sleeping with other people, man or woman, but especially a woman. Are you
But that's
fuck?
the reason. But that's the reason why, because it goes on. People need to talk, but at
So
the same time, they get shamed for it. It's like it's going on.
yeah.
So
Just like I know you probably heard of like the Diddy stuff. They weren't married, but a lot. That's why people were so gay. Like, oh, you having other men come over and slut out your wife or your girlfriend. Men been doing that. It's called cuckolding. Men been doing that since the dawn of time. That ain't nothing new. It's not talked about publicly, but swingers and other men sleeping with your wife. That's not new information. That's not new. I'm sorry, but you know how the straights are and the conservatives, they think that's so gaggy. They think that's so like, how dare you get married and then you two have sex? How you then you whore your wife out? What are we doing here? So I get it. It is taboo. It is taboo. It is. It's not common practice, but it does happen in American society all the time. We just don't publicize it. You know, because monogamy is, that's the quote unquote way. That's how it's supposed to be. But you clearly disagree.
well, I just felt like I had to present a different perspective because we're only hearing one perspective.
Right. So do you think that, especially as a bottom, you think that it's okay for you to go around here fucking all types of tops, and that's your top is supposed to be okay with that?
What do you mean, my top? What do you mean by that?
Your top, your man.
I don't have a top.
Oh, girl, you know what I mean. Hypothetical. Come on. Wait, you don't like? What do you mean?
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I just just like I don't care what he does. He does not have a right to complain about shit. I
Well,
don't
well.
look at it like
If
that.
if you are not in a monogamous relationship, then if you're not in a monogamous relationship, absolutely. But if you are, and whether you like it or not, most people do subscribe to monogamy. Then people are gonna be upset. That's why you have to let them know from the beginning.
But
I
I
am
don't lie about it. So and the whole thing is they're doing it too. So it's not like this is a secret.
right,
Um they just
but they're not doing it publicly. It's one remember what I said earlier. People like hoes until the real hoes come out. When the real whores and the sluts and the charlatans come out, people gag because that's not what they want to see. They don't want to actually. They don't want people to actually be whored and actually sleeping with people publicly and mainstream media. That's stuff that you do behind closed doors on the outskirts and the niche bars. You don't talk about stuff like that on average publicly. You know, it's it's illegal to marry more than one person. You can only marry one person in the United States of America.
well, and I think that the gay community should not conform to heteronormative standards.
Yeah, you don't think
There's
so?
a lot of things that I object to. I'm against procreation. So if they can breed children in hell and abuse children and do all the fuck shit they do, then I don't
Right,
see why I should have to be. They're not ashamed of the shit they do. Are
right.
you think they're ashamed of the fact that they abuse these children?
No,
No, they're
well,
not. They're proud of. They brag about it, and like that means they're some kind of tough parent. Like, oh, I beat my kids.
Well, we do tell parents to take care of their kids, and y'all responsible for your own kids, and so I mean, hey, if they gotta get a little discipline, then they gotta get a little discipline. I mean,
It's not discipline. This is abuse. They're beating these children with a. They're going to jail for this shit, by the way, because these children have scars, and they're when you pierce the skin with a damn extension cord, that is abuse.
okay, but why is there no? It seems, but you often talk in binary and not spectrum. Like, you go to 100 so quickly. Like, what about
No, because abuse is common in the Black community.
Yes,
These children are being abused, case after case after case.
Yes, but all Black children are not being abused. Some of these kids need a good talking to, a good timeout, a good spanking. Like
then maybe they shouldn't have children in the first place. I don't think that you should impose life on a child and then you need to beat them with an extension cord for their own good. Their own good would have been for you not to have them in the first place.
maybe perhaps, but they're here now. So now what?
No, but it's not like it's a one and done. They're still doing it. They're still pumping new children into the system and then beating them with the extension cord saying, if I don't do what the white man is going to do, what kind of excuse is that?
Well,
that's bullshit. You know it's bullshit.
That's a key.
They're doing it not because it's not for discipline. It's maternal rage. These mothers are angry and they're using their children as punching bags. And it's not to say that all of them are doing, but it's not about discipline. If it was about discipline, they wouldn't be beating a child with an extension cord is not discipline. I'm sorry.
I agree. I'm not saying that is. I agree. But those are exceptions, not rules.
It is the rule. Beating children with the extension cord is the rule in the Black community.
Extension cords? Where have you been?
You talk to most. If you haven't been beaten with an extension cord, I don't know what to tell you.
With a belt, I've been with a belt.
But were you raised by your mother or were you raised by your father?
My father, but he's still a Black man. He was a Black man.
No, it's the mother. The mothers are beating their sons with extension cords.
I mean, yeah, but that's discipline. Now, extension cords are full. Now, I would say that is abuse, yes, especially extension over extension, yes. But okay, let's take the extension cord out and let's do, I don't know, a belt. Girl, that's pretty standard in the Black community. Girl, that's not like she took a chair to his head or something, Yeah.
I'm not. No, it's not the same thing because extension cords pierce the skin and actually leave bruises. I'm not talking about a belt. A belt does not pierce the skin.
Mm-hmm. But yes, okay, that's something like extension cords. No, but back in my father's day, he told me he used to have to go outside and pick his switch, pick switches.
That's child abuse too.
Yeah, he used to get his ass beat with sticks and logs
and they brag about it like it's a badge of honor.
But you have to remember it's of the times.
I survived. I got my ass beat, and no, that's not something to brag about.
Well, I mean, it is of the times. No shame.
No, but their justification is this is a tough world. In order to survive in the system, I need to beat my. No, don't have your damn children. Don't create children that you need to abuse in order to protect them. Like you put them in this fucking system, so that is not a justification for it.
Well, my father used to tell me, "Oh, I rather break my foot off in your ass than have them do it out there."
That's the same excuse they all say. It's fucking tired.
Well,
no, because you didn't have to beat me, and the system didn't have to beat me. I didn't have to exist at all.
True.
You chose that. This was your choice. I didn't choose this.
So what do you suggest parents with out of control children do?
Don't have them in the first place.
Well, they have. Okay, well they're here now.
Okay, there are other ways to discipline. The main reason why they beat them with extension cords is because they don't have the patience or whatever to actually discipline them. So they don't want to put them on punishment or actually teach them and have real consequences. They don't have time. So because they're working or whatever, they're going to just beat the shit out of them and then be done with it because that only takes 10, 15 minutes. They're not going to put a child on punishment because that requires too much work. They have to actually implement the punishment. They have to take away the TV. And if they take away the TV, then the child is bored and they don't find it, they don't have any other way to entertain or occupy the child's attention. So they're not going to take away the TV or the PlayStation or the Xbox. I don't know if people still play PlayStation anymore, but they're going to just beat them because that's the easiest way that they don't, it requires the least amount of effort. And it also makes them feel good because they're getting their frustration out in the process. Are you still there?
Yes.
So I don't know. I don't have any sympathy for these parents who abuse their children.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the worst thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's completely hypocritical for them to judge gay people when they are abusing their children. They have no, and that's the whole irony is that they are effeminizing their boys, and then they're complaining about it when they become effeminate. So they're completely creating the type of community that they're complaining about.
Mm. I agree. I agree in some parts. I agree about that. You know, extension cords is a fool. In 2025, that is a fool.
Why? I mean, that's the reason why I wrote that book because they're not addressing that. They don't understand why Black boys are becoming the way why Black boys are putting on dresses. You already emasculated them, and so I don't know. I just they don't want to take any accountability for anything. They just want to blame us. But anyway, it sounds like you're getting tired or something.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was like looking at something. But no, I think that abuse. I think abuse is wrong. But I do think that for the kids that are here today, they do need guidance. They do need discipline, and who's supposed to give it to them? Because it's not going to be the strangers. It needs to be these parents. I'm not saying that you need to be abusing your kids and whipping them with chains and motherfucking extension cords, but you know, a good tap on the hand, a good smack on the butt, it's not going to hurt nobody. No shade. Everything is not abuse.
Okay. Is it okay to slap a woman because she needs discipline?
Women are full adults. They're not.
Right. So because they're children, that's what I said. Children, they always say Black women are the least protected and the most disrespected. No, children are the least protected and the most disrespected.
Well, yeah, it's
Children have no rights whatsoever, and because they're children, I think children deserve more protection than a woman because a woman is an adult and
right.
she can actually use the legal system to protect herself.
Right.
The child is completely vulnerable, so the child deserves more protection than a damn woman.
I agree.
So then, if it's not okay to slap a woman, why is it okay to slap a child?
I don't think. Discipline. Like,
Why is it not okay to discipline a woman? You know, women used to get disciplined back in the day.
so the Negroes, no shade.
Right. So then, so why isn't it okay to discipline children through corporal punishment?
I think in our society, it's adults. We make the exception for children because adults' job is to raise children. So
No, but you don't have to do it through physical violence.
Yeah. So like, you're not abuse. So beating your kid to a pulp is abuse. Punching your kid in the face is abuse. But you know, slapping their hand or a tap on the butt is not abuse.
Is it okay to do that to a grown woman?
Well, no, but they're not equal. Do you think women are not like? Are you trying to infantilize women? Women are grown adults.
Children are human beings, and children, all human beings deserve protection from abuse.
Child, we have prisons. Leave me alone. We
Those
have
inmates
prisons.
are probably getting treated. I mean, they're probably getting treated better, or I don't know.
We have prisons, okay, that serve people slop for food and they get beat up every day. So
But
I don't.
those children are not in prison, though. That's the whole point. They didn't do
Okay, but I'm
anything
just
wrong.
saying, like, there's parts of society that are very gruesome that we are okay with.
Then don't have children.
But
Why
okay,
would you voluntarily put your child into the system, abuse them, and then your excuse is, oh, well, they could go to prison. It could be worse. Like, that makes absolutely no, and that's the reason why I reject everything about heteronormative conditioning. Like, it's they will say that we're the ones who are immoral, and what they're doing is completely immoral. We're not the ones abusing children.
Who's we in this scenario?
I'm talking about the gay community. We don't. I mean,
oh no, not in mass. No, it's the straight people. But when straight people do something in mass, it's not seen as a problem. Now, if it was gay
right.
people, then of course it'd be 911. What is your emergency? But yeah, I agree. I'm not aggravating for child abuse, but I don't know. I don't like. Did you not get beat as a kid?
Yes, I did all the time, and it was abuse.
All you think all forms of discipline is abuse. There's no nuance. There's no.
I'm talking about if you wouldn't do it to an adult, if you wouldn't do it to a woman, then you shouldn't be doing it to a child. If it's abusive to slap a woman, then it is abusive to slap a child.
Well, I'm not talking about slapping children across the face.
I'm talking about anything. If it's not okay to do it to a woman, it is not okay to do it to a child. A child is a human being. So if you think it's okay to slap children or beat them or however, whatever, then it should be okay to do that to a woman too.
Spank? Well,
then women should be spanked according to that argument.
Well, no.
No, back in the day, women used to get spanked. Why can't you do that to grown women if you can do it to children?
Because I think children, I don't know. That's your
argument.
Because
children are not human beings; they're property.
Your question is good. I like a thought-provoking question. I don't know. That is something that we're just taught. Like children are innocent, yes. So because they're innocent, they are supposed to be guided by discipline. Where
and they don't have any rights, though. That's the problem.
Children have rights. They don't have the same rights as adults. But
what rights do they have?
They have the right not to get beat.
But they're not being enforced. The parents can do whatever they want. Children are effectively slaves.
You think so? You think
they have no rights whatsoever. Their parents can do whatever they want.
They are a vulnerable demographic of people. That's why they're seen as innocent until proven guilty. Like they're seen as the most, innocent, lifeless, selfishness. Like they're not adult people that can take care of themselves. So they require adults to do that for them. I get it, but no, I don't think your dad giving you a spanking because you did something wrong is abuse. You think you should be charged for abuse and child endangerment? Like you think all that? Like you think
I didn't say that my dad abused. My mom abused me.
Oh, your mom. Okay. Mothers do most of the child rearing. So I'm not sure there are a lot of, but no shade. Most of the women socially, they do abuse, but they abuse emotionally. They don't typically do physical abuse. They can.
Black women do. Black women are more abusive than the fathers.
You think so?
I know so.
I think maybe emotionally, not physically.
No, if you look at all of the child abuse cases, it's the women. It's not the fathers. In the Black community specifically. I guess you were raised by your father, and I don't know, but if you talk to most Black boys who were raised by single mothers, most of them would tell you that they routinely got beaten with extension cords.
Extension cords is a lot, but yes. Girl, someone has. I feel like I feel like maybe that is abuse, but things are changing. So, like, what was okay 30 years ago is no longer okay.
It's not okay. There's still. I did maybe a month ago. I just did a live stream about all these recent cases of Black women going to prison for beating their children with extension cords, and some of them actually killed their children through beating them with extension cords. They had severe bruises all over their bodies.
Extension cords, I disagree with, but a belt, not so much.
I mean, I think extension cords are worse, but I'm not fond of belts either. I think it's, even if it's not leaving a permanent bruise or whatever, it still is abuse. I don't think you have the right to beat another human being, especially when you gave life to this child. You imposed life on this child, and this child exists because of you, and now you think you have the right to beat them to obey you. You're going to beat them into submission. Like, no, I'm sorry. If I think any parent who beats their child, somebody needs to beat the shit out of them. That's my opinion about that. Whatever you do to your child, you deserve to happen to you. So if you beat your child with a fucking extension cord, somebody needs to do the same shit to you threefold.
Yikes. Wow.
Somebody, if you slap your child, somebody needs to slap the shit out of you. That's how I see it.
Like, but I just feel like there's no nuance.
I don't have any sympathy for them whatsoever. It's because they created this situation entirely. That child exists because of them.
So, like, what are parents supposed to do?
Don't have children, or learn how to discipline them through nonviolent means. There are other cultures in America besides the Black community, and they don't discipline their children the way Black parents do. And their children come out.
Other cultures beat their kids. Other cultures.
No. They're not beating them with extension cords to the same extent that Black mothers are doing it. These Mexican kids, they might be bad. They're not getting beaten with extension cords, and they come out just fine. I don't know. Maybe it's because you weren't beaten with extension cords. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I feel like.
No, I had my father was my grandmother. She didn't like they, but she was tough. I had strong male and female like guardians, and I wouldn't say I was abused. I had strict parents. They had expectations, but my father didn't beat me to a pulp or whip me with chains or extension cords. No, man, neither did my grandmother, my mother. No, like you gotta look in the face. You may got cussed out via text or something, but you weren't, plopped in the middle of nowhere and doing cocaine and getting like, no, that's not my story.
But what gives them the right to do that? Can you explain why they have the right to beat their children?
I guess the state, and beat is harsh. No shame. Discipline is light.
No, you're beating them with a belt or an extension cord. That's an actual beating. Or that's a beating. Or whipping, if you want to use that word. It's there's no other way to make it sound pretty.
I guess right.
The only justification is that the child is the parent's property, so they can do what they want. That would be the only thing that makes sense. And they don't want to frame it that way, but that's what it really means. I don't know. These children are vulnerable. They can't speak up for themselves. So I know people don't like when I talk about it. Every time I talk about it, I lose subscribe. I don't care. I was abused. I don't want any child to have to be abused. So I'm going to speak up on their behalf.
Is there any form of touch that you think is appropriate?
First of all, I don't even think they even have the right. I don't think it's right to even impose life on them in the first place. So once you set that as the framework for this entire conversation, then anything you have, basically you need to make up for the fact that you imposed life on them. You bred them into hell. It's not for you to abuse them after you bred them into hell. It's for you to make up for the fact that you made this terrible mistake. So you need to be apologizing for breeding them into hell and doing everything you can to protect them. Not abusing them because you did them a favor and they owe you. They don't fucking owe you shit. You owe them.
Agreed. You don't owe them nothing.
People don't even beat their pets. You know, if you were to take a belt and beat your dog, people would probably throw you in jail, but you can do that to a child. Basically, children are worse than dogs, or they have less rights than dogs.
Well,
I mean, it's just because we have been conditioned to believe that this is normal. Nobody even flinches when they hear it, they or see it. But when somebody they can't even justify it. They can't. Nobody has ever confronted these people. All they can say is, "It's my child." Okay, is that your fucking property? They don't want to admit it, but that's essentially what they're saying. I wonder what they think when they have children, right? Do you think that you're going to have a child so you can beat them with a fucking extension cord?
when I have children, I hope they learn from my mistakes and don't make them again. You know?
I mean, but that's the whole question. Because you asked me how else did they discipline their children? Did they consider that before they had them? Did they even have a plan for how they were going to discipline their children? No. No, they never had a plan. They just fucking winged it. But anyway, I guess I don't know. It's probably getting late for you. I'm surprised there are people still here. I didn't expect this live stream to go on for so long.
No, I'm just thinking about because like you really did, like why do we allow children to get beat but not humans? That's an interesting, or adult humans. That's interesting.
It came from slavery, by the way. That's where this shit all started.
Sure did. Sure did.
And then nobody ever questions it. Oh, they're children, so they deserve to get beaten, but adults don't.
Well, kind of gabbing when you was like, oh.
And I mean, you're not the first person to say that. I've had people say, oh, well, women are not children. So it's okay to hit a child, but no, children are human beings. If it's wrong to hit a woman, it is wrong to hit a child. If it's wrong to hit a dog, it's wrong to hit a child. But yeah, nobody's looking at this objectively.
I guess.
Well, anyway, I think
Well, it was cool talking to you. I am gonna get ready to skedaddle, but it was cool talking to you. I'll be back around later on.
Yeah, I'm gonna look and see how many subscribers I lost.
Oh no, well, some of your topics are taboo, but stand in it. I know it's not, popular, unpopular opinion, but at least you have the right to say it. That's one thing. That's one of the great things about living in America. You have the right to your opinion, and the right to have your thoughts publicly without being punished. So,
yeah. All right. Well, thank you for coming up.
all right. We'll see you later. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye.